Telemetry normal. Do not intervene. Telemetry normal. Do not intervene.
Target in the vicinity.
Find him. I'll monitor your vitals. Watch out for radiation spikes.
Copy. Moving out. N2. N2.
Green burns the skin. Yellow brings leukemia. Purple causes mutations. No! She said 137 is colorless. Stop scaring yourself!
Focus up.
Silent feet.
Your silence against the polygraph only proves your connection to the recent string of malfunctions.
If I told you the root cause of the malfunctions was Hudson's impatience, would you believe me? System errors, core boiling. These are the consequences of the main reactor overloading.
I suggest you abandon any thoughts of shutting down the reactor. We're on a strict timetable. Next question. The signal you transmitted. Who was the recipient? H42. You're the glitch I've been hunting.
Go.
Playing the rear guard. That's not really our style. Your reflexes are slower than they used to be. Are emotions eating up your processing power?
You talk too much.
This isn't the right way.
I didn't send that signal to GTI just to escape.
You lied to us.
Sometimes lies are necessary to protect what matters. I have to initiate an emergency scrap. I won't let a nuclear meltdown destroy Asara. The path ahead goes through a high radiation zone. You have no obligation to risk your life. We part ways here. Thank you.
N2 to Vlinder.
H42. You blocked Skynet, but you cannot erase your past. I am your past. You will only be beaten down.
Abort mission. Withdraw immediately.
Copy that. Regroup with Nox. Extract. Take a hot shower. No, wait! The scram at this power output. The residual heat won't dissipate. It could lead to a core meltdown. So what do? Intervene!
Telemetry normal.
Stop the
Do not
explosion.
intervene.
Face the
Telemetry normal.
radiation.
Do not intervene.
Don't be an idiot. You can't do this. You couldn't do it back then.
Fall back now.
What about you? Can you handle him?
He's nothing but a past version of me. Nothing but a past version of me.
Just fall back. Don't worry about him. He's tough. Enough to survive a nuclear blast.
N2, your vitals show you're in the radiation zone.
I'm a walking reactor at this point.
H-1000, 2 hostiles in the control room.
Ugly variables.
Don't press it! If you shut down the reactor, the uncontrolled power surge could cause it to blow. But if I manually pull the core while you press it and create an asphyxiating environment...
That mitigates risk. But how do we do that?
Forgot to introduce myself. Codename, N2.
It could explode. Don't try to play hero.
No, I'm just trash. Maybe today, trash can finally be put to use. I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Nothing much. Just fought some internal demons. And stopped a nuclear explosion while I was at it.
Nice work.
Telemetry normal. Do not intervene.
Nuclear power is poison, Nasir. You destroyed Asara's chance to be reborn. No. Nuclear power is the cure.
I'll get you out of here.
Smoke hands over Asera. The situation's reaching a breaking point. Time to bring in the experts. Team Rainbow has touched down in Asera. New ground? Not sure where to start? Search containers. Grab high-value loot.
I hear when I can, and stop threats when I must.
Take down anyone in your way. Heavy fire, raise your shield, and hold the line. Don't forget your tactical gear. The gripple gun.
Enemy here!
Taking fire? Pull out the Hive-Tac pistol. Patch yourself up. Keep your squad in the fight.
Call if you need a hand.
Outnumbered? Drop the jammer.
말보다는 행동이지.
Go dark. Strike first.
I've seen real horror.
Looks like they were waiting for us. No pressure. Trust your aim. Learn the map. Stay with your squad. Team Rainbow brings tactics built for close calls in Delta Force. That means sharper plays, smarter fights, and operator-on-operator mind games. All right, it's go time. Extract safely, and everything you learn comes with you. New operation, new look. During the event, Noxus Vigil Bundle, Geneva's Montaigne Bundle, and Stinger Stock Bundle. Pick any two of the 3 operator bundles for free. More collab rewards are waiting. Open an Alpha pack and try your luck. In Asera, the right weapon can turn the tide. Black Eyes, one of Rainbow Six Siege's most iconic weapon appearances. Get a new Delta Force tank, complete event missions, and choose one of 2 Black Eyes collab bundles for free. Join the event to claim the MP5 submachine gun Black Eyes, plus more rewards. Wait, what's this? Team Rainbow left something behind in Asera? A collectible drone you can deploy. Deploy it and see what you can uncover. July 10th to July 23rd, play to earn the K437 assault rifle Domineering. Looks like we're fully loaded for this operation. That's the full rundown on the Delta Force Rainbow Six Siege collaboration. Remember the rules: sharp aim, map knowledge, and teamwork. The mission: bridge in, extract out.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Now close.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Operations. It all comes down to 3 simple rules. Search, fight, extract. Search decides how much loot you walk away with. Fight. Not every encounter needs to end in a shootout. You just need to clear whatever's standing between you and your treasure. Extract. That's the magic moment that turns everything in your pack into yours to keep. 3 phases, all connected. Miss one and the whole run falls apart. Gear up before you head out. The better you're geared, the harder you hit and the more you can carry. But the more you lose if you go down. Go in cheap and dying won't sting as much, but you'll miss out on those juicy, high-value supply zones. Gear up and go big, or go light and gamble. Your call. Once you're in the match, forget everything else. Loot, loot, and loot some more. Documents on desks, parts and cabinets, bird nests by the roadside, trash cans tucked in corners early on. Grab everything you can get your hands on. Priority targets, safes, and air cargo containers. Snag one high-value item, and boom! You've already covered your entry cost. Now, the real question, keep pushing your luck or cash out while you're ahead. Your pack's stuffed with goodies and you're ready to extract. Then, gunfire erupts ahead. What now? Charge in, slip past unseen, or hang back and let them wear each other down before you swoop in. Just remember, die and you lose everything in your backpack except what's safely tucked away in your safe box. You choose to slip away quietly. Smart move! Your pockets are already bursting, but you can't shake that nagging sound of footsteps nearby. Even distant gunfire's enough to send your heart racing. You finally reach the extraction point. The countdown starts. Hold your nerve, don't blow it with 2 seconds left. Extracted. That weight you've been carrying the whole run finally lifts off your shoulders. Sweet relief. Then, there's the ultimate wild card. You stumble on a Mandelbrick. This thing's worth a small fortune, but the second you pick it up, every player on the map knows exactly where you are. Everyone's coming for you. You go from treasure hunter to hunted in the blink of an eye. Your only goal now? Stay alive long enough to decode it and cash in big. Whatever path you choose, it only counts if you make it out alive. That's operations for you. Every extraction is a story worth telling. Go make yours.
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to Brick up in front of it. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
I'm not going to do very much though. When you get barrel stuff, Skitey is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Damage, and there it is.
Well, good evening or good morning, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into the Delta Force Rise series. It's day 2 of week 3 here in the EMEA region. Groups A and B going head to head to try to climb the ranks of our group stage leaderboard. My name is Goj. Really excited to be back with EMEA, and I've got my main man, Ben. How you doing, Beard guys?
I'm doing fantastically, dude. Great to be back here again. We had an amazing day yesterday, and I'm very excited to see what the other groups have got in store for us today. Some big teams, been having some good results. I think it's going to be another great day.
Dude, it's going to be a fantastic day. I think yesterday really flipped our leaderboard on its head. Some surprises from a couple folks. People have been in the lab, so today I can only assume it's going to be a lot of the same. Let's take a little bit of a look back on what happened yesterday, though, because it was certainly crazy.
Pushing, but 15 seconds here. This is FBB coming in. Ravel trying to defend, firing blindly into that smoke. Doesn't manage to chase anyone. And is exposed. Yeah, limited time here. That's going to probably go 5 seconds for someone to grab it. Oh, no! I think FNC. And they got 1 second. They got it. They got it.
They got it.
Oh my God.
Huge engagement in our hand. Utter chaos between two teams, but Fnatic get the brick amidst the chaos. Engagement. Here's a look. MBO down below. Maybe trading rockets to try to bait somebody out, but no bait there. NBA, it's just slaughtering their opponents. All go down. MBO.
Oh, wow. The Fnatic not as good as winning, but they will get second place and a bonus point from Mandelbrick to the CF team. Skitey thinking, yeah, why not? Why not wipe the whole team on my own? Oh my God. Skitey, what are you doing?
He's popping ult and popping takeover, man. That's unreal. Picking up a 3-piece. That's $150 to his name. But James here from Fnatic to earn a little bit of extra cash himself. Some vines on Genius, who have had a brutal day today, as well as on AGARTHA. It's worth $50. They're also worth an interesting adjustment on the leaderboard, and now Fnatic coming in to say, hey, I know you're welcome, gentlemen, for giving you guys the win, but we're going to take what is ours, and they do get the wipe.
Woo, I told you yesterday was a banger and some surprises, but Mandelbrick Addiction comes out on top with double bricks at the end, both mostly for free, but Fnatic having found one earlier, they were pretty content with second place there, Ben.
Yeah, all 3 Mandelbricks completely uncontested in the end yesterday. Great result, as you say, for Fnatic. They started the day bottom of the leaderboard, or joint bottom, got themselves up with a really nice amount of points yesterday. And then NBA, obviously the big hero story from yesterday, just had a huge, huge result. Great place from Skitey, great place from the whole team. Back-to-back Mandelbricks, and put some top of that leaderboard going into today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can look back on what's been going on in EMEA and the group stages about who's been winning a ton. You see Genius's name a couple times there, as they have won 2 out of their 3 matches. But yesterday was not that case. They were at the bottom of the leaderboard and really struggled. Seemed like they couldn't get anything going. Got a bit unlucky in some of the plays that they decided to make. So it's really fun to see, now that we're in the second half of our group stages, a couple other teams kind of rearing their heads and saying, hey, we're in it for the long haul. Here's a look at the individual top slayers. In regards to EMEA, Nox still leading the charge, wild to say, because he's still a match down from a guy like Skydie, who picked up 13 yesterday, I think. So jumping all the way up to 30 there from Skydie is fantastic. And then Jame as well from Fnatic, picking up a total of 30. Nas not too far behind. And then top 5, Gotaga's team does have another player in Maxa. So watch out for Team Gotaga today, because they are competing today. So I can only imagine those will continue to go up. But in terms of top damage, usually follows the same trend. You do see Jame go up to first place position in top damage, but a big shout out to Uzbishka. This has been a fun storyline for the last couple weeks of seeing Uzbishka just put up wicked amount of damage while not being a top slayer. Been picking up a crazy amount of damage for his team, and then Dark Entities as a team trade those kills between the 3 of them. So some fun notes there. And then in terms of top asset gain, this is, yes, extracting value, but also you earn assets by killing people. That's why you see Skydie up here in 2nd place overall, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when you get those kills, you can shove some of that loot in your safe box as well. So that's also going to help. But pretty tight on all 3 of those leaderboards for a lot of our players. Obviously, there's a couple sort of pushing out ahead with the kills, but tons of our players getting a really good amount of kills. And what we've kind of seen is the players who are now, the teams now that are really succeeding are the ones that are then able to convert those into Mandelbrick captures as well.
Well, here's a look at our overall leaderboard in the group stages, folks. And again, Genius dropped 0 points yesterday, and so they find themselves at 23 total still. And Mandelbrick Addiction picking up 10 from their 15 they had before, puts them at 25. So Mandelbrick Addiction are new leaders, but you can see that 1st and 2nd place, they played yesterday. So we've got teams that could catch them today. Team Gotaga, for instance, in 3rd. Dark Entities in 4th. Alliance in 5th. All 3 of those teams are competing today as we are playing groups A and B against each other. So if any of those 3 teams win, they will take the #1 position at the end of day 2 here in week 3. But of course, we got a couple other teams that'll be competing today that desperately need a good day. WLG, FLC, and then all the way down at the bottom of the leaderboard, LFS, still looking for a big game to hopefully bump them up this leaderboard like Fnatic was able to do.
Yeah, LFS definitely want to get some more points today. They have managed to Mandelbrick, as you can see from the leaderboard. In fact, all of our teams playing today have had a brick at some point, but not necessarily managed to get the kind of points that they would like to get. You can see GOT and Dark Entities sitting there in 3rd and 4th. Actually, quite a big gap that NBA managed to pull there with that big win yesterday. So Gotaga are going to need to catch up. What's that? 7 points, 8 points to get ahead of NBA. So that's a big result. That's basically a win today they need to get if they want to get back on top of the leaderboard. So yeah, there's a lot to play for all of these teams today.
Yeah, 100%. Well, if you're just tuning in for the very first time, we've got a video for you explaining everything there is to know about the Delta Force Rise series.
Delta Force. 1 game, 2 regions, 1 shot at glory. This is the complete guide to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Everything you need to know, from the very first match to the last squad standing. The path is the same in both regions. It starts with the open qualifiers, open to any team that wants to compete. The best push through to the group stage, where the top 2 advance directly to the finals, bottom 2 eliminated, and the rest battle through the survivor stage to earn their spot. From the open qualifiers, 12 teams have fought their way into the season, and only 1 will lift the trophy. The group stage runs for 4 weeks, with matches every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The 12 teams are split into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. 3 teams per group. Each broadcast day, 2 groups go head-to-head in a cross-group match. Every match is a 7-round format. 6 teams competing in the same lobby simultaneously, across up to 7 rounds on maps like Zero Dam, Brakkesh, Tide Prison, and Space City. Teams earn squad points by scoring eliminations and accumulating in-game total assets. And on brick rounds, they compete to collect and decode Mandelbricks, artifacts that decide the round winner. Decode 2 Mandelbricks in a match and the victory is locked in, no matter what round you're on. After 12 match days, the group stage standings are final. Places 1 to 2 go straight to the finals. Places 3 to 8 enter Survivor Stage Day 1. Places 9 to 10 drop into Survivor Stage Day 2. Places 11 to 12 are eliminated. The survivor stage is where the bracket narrows fast. Day 1 brings those 6 teams together for one 7-round match. The top 2 advance directly to the finals. Places 3 to 6 get one more shot. Day 2 mixes the 4 survivors from Day 1 with the 2 teams ranked 9th and 10th from the group stage. Again, 6 teams, one 7-round match. Top 2 go to the finals. Everyone else is out. 6 teams, 1 day, 1 lobby, 1 match. This is the finals, the ultimate showdown of the season. 2 teams earned it through the group stage. 2 more survived Day 1. The last 2 came through Day 2. Every team deserves to be there. The top 3 finishers earn an invitation to Season 2. Welcome to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Loot, shoot, extract.
All right, folks, there you got the breakdown. Let's break down today, though. All of our players loading in with 1.5 million Technic Alloy apiece, and if they die on the map, they're going to lose their gear, so you got to stay alive just like pubs. Now, we are playing on Season Echo patch, so that's going to be 1 patch behind, so you will see more, so you will not see in 2. But, of course, the name of the game today is capturing Mandelbricks. That's right. If a team captures 2 Mandelbricks at any time, they win today's competition. That could be in round 2 and 4, and we could be done right then and there, but we could play up to 7 rounds. The rounds that we don't have Mandelbricks, that we call those the eco rounds, folks. That's economy. We're looking for airdrops. We're looking for high caliber weapons. We're looking for whatever we can get our hands on. But of course, another way to get resources is stuff things in that 3x3 safe box they can all use. And they all have a 12-slot card holder they can use as well to get around the map as easily as possible. Now, every round you will see their total supply go up a little bit unless they lose a ton of gear, because they are getting 700k for free each round to make sure nobody's broke. However, the big ticket item is that every kill is 800,000 Technic Alloy. This is where you get your big money. Every kill 800k means a team wipe is 2.4 million. You get a couple extra resources if you decode Mandelbricks and so on and so forth, but Mandelbricks are the key to success. So today, the rules are really important. It's the same that has been throughout the course of the Delta Force Rise series. You got a 5-minute timer once this Mandelbrick's picked up from its spawn. No matter where it goes, who has it, etc., it's got to get to a decoding station within 5 minutes or it resets. Once it's at a decoding station, 4 minutes on the clock. You got to hold that brick until it goes to 0. If somebody steals it, takes about 2.5 seconds to do so, it resets the clock all the way back up to max, minus 30 seconds. So it'll go to 3.5, then the next steal 3 minutes, the next steal 2.5. You get the idea. The minimum time, though, is 90 seconds, 1 minute and 30 seconds. If a team steals all the way down there, it'll just reset to that 90-second timer, and hopefully you get that brick. But Ben, this is why bricks are really important. You gotta get first today, and if you get first with 2 bricks, that's 10 points. But everybody earning a little bit of something unless you get last.
Absolutely. That's a huge amount that our teams can get. We saw earlier on the tables that you could get that jump from 3rd into 1st from Gotaga if they're able to get 8 points or so. 8 points for the win, plus potentially another 2 extra for your Mandelbrick. 6 points for 2nd, running down to 0 if you come in last, like we saw Jen yesterday. Your total supply points is a combination of your squad points and your kill points. You get 1 kill point per kill. This is going to be the secondary metric once you're tied on Mandelbricks. And then your squad points are a value of the total assets you've extracted. You get 1 squad point per 2 million in total stash value, and that's always rounded down. So if you have 1.9 million, that's not worth anything. It needs to be 2 mil plus. That's going to get you a point. It's pretty brutal, but that's how it works.
Yeah, 100%. That's a good shout. Now, we've got a lot of money on the line, but this is for finals. This is week 5. Again, it's a 4-week group stage. Once we get to finals, that will be Sunday. This is the prize pool. It's ridiculous. $60,000 if you can win it all, but you got to be top 6 to even get to the finals. Everybody else earning a little bit of something for competing in the group stages, and our top MVP during finals will win $3,000 as an individual. But look at the bottom. Dynamic kill bonus. You might be asking, what do you mean $50? Every kill any player gets in the entirety of these 5 weeks, they earn $50. Okay, so there's some players out here that have earned quite a bit of cash already just by slaying out the lobby. A lot on the line for kills in game and out of game. But let's talk about the teams, folks. We saw C&D yesterday and it was a banger. Today, A and B. Those first two columns of teams, those are our competitors for today. Team Gotaga has been one of the highest slaying teams in the entirety of the region. They're going to be coming out with a vengeance, trying to earn some extra cash and hopefully earn first place in EMEA if they can pick up a couple bricks as well. Really excited to see all of these teams, frankly, on main stage, because we're starting to get to a point where some of the teams at the bottom have to step up or they're going to be out of contention, and the teams at the top are contesting to see who will be first, which is really exciting stuff. Now, as you can see, I've been talking about how it's a 4-week group stage process, but week 5 is what I'm calling championship weekend. Okay, the finals is on the 9th. That's going to be Sunday. We have been live and will be live every Friday, Saturday, Sunday for 5 weeks straight. Day 1 was yesterday here in week number 3. That was groups C and D, but today groups A and B, you can see that on your screen right now, and we'll be live tomorrow, of course, bringing back B and D. So that's the schedule. That's how it all works. Let's talk about the teams. Ben, we got Dark Entities, man. I've been casting over these guys for well over a year. These guys flew all the way to Hangzhou and competed at DFI last year. Same roster with a couple extra personnel on it. I'm really excited to see Dark Entities today.
I think that experience they've got has really showed in the tournament so far. They've been up there, they've been competing. They had not such a great first day, but their other matches have been very, very strong. I think Fnatic, Folorate and Ubishka have been their roster so far. Good kills on the board from Ubishka, as we mentioned earlier on. Team Gotaga were top of the leaderboard until they were pipped yesterday, but they do have the game in hand, or the match in hand, on their other teammates. Vladid, Maxa and Nox all been getting a lot of kills. Nox currently, as mentioned before, still top of the kill leaderboard with that gaming hand. So that shows you what Team Gotaga have been doing. They've been very consistent. They had a win on day 1 and 2 third places as well. And then Team Alliance, the other team from this group who have managed to get a full win day as well. Again, they had a slower day 1, came 5th, came back and got a double Mandelbrick win on their second match. So great showing from Team Alliance as well. A lot of very competitive teams today.
Yeah, they've also got Lasik as their coach / potential sub. Great content creator. And, of course, kind of looks like the boss on AZ3. Now, as we take a look at the Group A, I'm going to be honest. Group A might be one of the strongest. All 3 of these teams could potentially do well. LFS is the big one that needs to step up. Dark Entities and Team Gotaga we talked already about, but LFS is a roster that has a lot of work to do, but they've got some star power. It feels like some of the same things I was saying about Fnatic yesterday. Stickinson, this guy has been around the scene for a very long time, and I think for a team like LFS, they just got to get all their puzzle pieces together, and it's all just got to finally flow. It felt like they just needed more reps to get to a point where they can compete with the top dogs. So I'm really looking out for LFS to kind of pull what I'm calling now a Fnatic if they're able to step up. This is living for success. It's going to be Evan Imperator, Stickinson, and Darkus. These guys, again, have been around for a long time. Look at Stickinson's playtime. Been casting over this guy for well over a year as well. He competes on both operations and warfare, by the way. The guy just loves Delta Force. So I'm excited to see, I guess, if this team can step up, Ben.
I think that, as we saw, like you mentioned with Fnatic, you know, they are in a similar position yesterday, had a great day, and look where they're sitting in the leaderboards now. I think also very interesting today seeing your FLC and WLG. We've not talked about quite so much because they're not sitting right at the top or right at the bottom, but they're both in quite good positions, both sort of sitting mid-table. WLG had a 4th, a 3rd, and a 2nd. FLC had a 2nd and 2 4ths. So good consistent scoring from both of these teams that are going to be playing today, and that keeps them in that position where if they can have one good day, one win, or a double Mandelbrick win, then they're suddenly in the top 3. So don't rule them out just because they're not sitting right at the top at the moment. Scooby, Oko, Selen here, great players, been putting on a good performance so far, so I think there's great potential for any of these teams to contest. And as we saw from, you know, the schedule a little while ago, there's still quite a few games left to go for all of these players and teams to get some big points.
Yeah, that's exactly right. WLG, they are sitting in 7th place as of current, so about mid-pack like you were talking about. Alliance, that roster we showed briefly before, they probably have one of the most active fan bases that pop up into the chat. Big shout out to all the Alliance folks out there. So I'm really liking Group B as well. But looking for FLC and WLG to start pulling their way out of mid-pack and make some big plays near top of the leaderboard. Now, looking at map rotation, this is going to look the same as it's always been, but for those that are somewhat new, you do see Tide Prison always will be round 3, one of our eco rounds, and Brakkesh will have not only that Mandelbrick but also the airdrop. Now, as we look at operators, like we mentioned, it's also season active, so you do have Morse, who's actually made quite an appearance in our competitive circuit, but not on Zero Dam. You'll see him a little bit later in some of our other maps where he gets a little bit more value. On Zero Dam, it's all Raptor, it's all D-Wolf, and then basically whoever you want your third to be. This has been up and down, even in both regions. The third has been pretty random, it feels like. It just kind of depends on what you're comfortable with or what you're willing to burn in your first eco round. Couple times we've seen double D-Wolf even to kick things off to get really aggressive, because Ben, when we talk Zero Dam, we talk economy. Best way to get economy in today's rules, slay out the lobby. So let's get Assault operators on the board, let's get active, and let's go get into some fights.
Yeah, exactly. Getting those kills is the name of the game really for Zero Dam. And like you said, with operators, it's maybe not so much choosing your preference, it's making sure you're not using critical operators that you're going to need later on when you're on those Mandelbrick rounds or maps that maybe require specific choices. You know, you'd want to save your Tempest, you probably want to save your Lunas, and those come in, you know, absolutely critical a little bit later in the process. A lot of random ones used yesterday, as you mentioned, a lot of D-Wolves. You always want to make sure you have some smoke on your team to help you res, to help you move position, but yeah, mostly going to be focused on aggression with just a little bit of recon for Raptors, as you're probably going to see.
Yeah, 100% Raptor will be on every single team. It's been that way since the beginning. But folks, just for being here, we've got a quick giveaway for you. Code's on the screen right now. Go get your Neko Mimi spray paint. It's very fast. You got to type this in, folks. You got to be quick. It's a limited number of activations, a total of 35 out there. So if you're fast enough, type it in game or on the official website. Go get your Neko Mimi spray paint if you haven't already. We've been doing this for a while now. It's your chance if you type in the code fast enough. Got to be quick, though. 35 redemptions, and don't worry, we got more coming for you later down the line throughout the course of today's competition. So get your typing fingers ready and pay attention. You'll hear me call it out in between games. But it's time for Zero Dam. It's time to get active, and it's time to see who gets T1 spawns. Looks like it's going to be Alliance at the very least. And on the other side, LFS is going to be picking up the other Tier 1 spawn, both sprinting to admin. Could be our first fight up in admin as per the usual.
Living for success there. That's our Greens heading in here, led by Stickinson taking the lead, moving in with the Nox, Raptor, and Toxic combination, heading in through that all too familiar access from the eastern side of admin. We're all used to. You're going to see reds popping up on the screen as the teams pick them up today. You can see a little champagne, our first of the day, and another possible early fight in cement here. Actually, we saw one popping off yesterday, quite an unusual place. And this, I think, Gotaga actually a little bit further back at Barracks, perhaps there, but you know, teams still staying in this area for now. You tend to have a bit of a split, you know, on these where you have the southern teams and then the admin teams, and then we'll probably see them all congregate together and all be up in admin near the end.
Let's do a quick vibe check with Uzbishka and see how things are going.
Seconds before deployment. So basically, for myself, I'm just thinking that it's another scrim that we're going to play, and there's no pressure at all.
I love it. That's a good vibe check. He's thinking, hey, man, we played so many dang scrims. It's going to feel just like that. No nerves. Let us play our game. We know what the heck to do. I love it.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You got to kind of get let the pressure get to you. I think we've seen that happen sometimes over these events where they play all these scrims and do well, and then when you get into that high pressure environment, high stakes, big tournament, big money on the line, everyone watching, it's a totally different question. This is Alliance just in a bit of a stalemate in the admin building here. As you mentioned, they get the keycard holder. They basically have like special keycards. They can open any keycard door anywhere they want. There's no real restrictions on that. So that's why you're going to see them opening up any door they can. Sometimes to loot them, sometimes also to just give access to, space they can use when they want to, continue an engagement as well.
That's exactly right. Doing missions, very helpful. Again, everybody's trying to get their money up. Best way to do that, kill people on the map. But if not that, let's see if we can find some solid loot. Been highlighted it nicely in our top show, but we got to make sure that we're remembering, as Team Gotaga does pull, nice red there, almost nearly 500,000, that every 2 million in stash value will get you a supply point, which feeds into your squad points. And those squad points are how you delineate the tiebreakers based on how many mana bricks you have or lack thereof, right? So squad points are very important, especially when we think about our rankings. Even if a team double bricks and we end in 4, the rankings of everybody else is dictated by squad points. So go get your kills, yes, but also find your loot, get some extra points on the board. It may be the difference in you making it even to week 5 potentially.
Your score points have been so important in some of the matches we've had so far when we get those tied Mandelbrick endings, where we've had a few teams having one Mandelbrick, no clear winner who's taken 2. And in those situations, you might not think there's a huge amount of points, picking up a little bit of money here and there, but it might make the difference to just give you 2 or 3 points to get ahead of the other tied team or Mandelbricks and get you another point on the leaderboard, or even get you top of the leaderboard. As we watch DE here, they're just down outside of mini substation. They've got FLC sitting in there, and then you've got WLG sitting just in the middle and slightly underground, holding that area around the paid extract.
Yeah, looking at DE, you can also see on the mini-map, it's, sneak up on you a little bit, but our first airdrop has already begun to land, which means you can see it on the map. Not just us, they can as well. So they've actually positioned themselves right where the airdrop's going to land. This first airdrop, those that know Bald know, is the most important one by a mile. This is going to have your high caliber weapon. This could have the AWM, or this could have the M82. Super valuable, even potentially in this map if you want to go for kills. But ideally, you get it and you get out with it so you can use it in a Mandelbrick round.
Loving the on-brand color scheme headset here from Team Alliance. Those player cameras have been really nice addition to this event. It's been great to see them. I love it, especially in this view here, where you can see their faces as they're playing in the round. I mean, Grind here looking pretty relaxed. I mean, it's maybe 0 down, kind of easing themselves in. There's no Mandelbricks on the line yet, but do love to see that. Just holding the basement position here for Grind, and it looks like they're all down there at the moment, and we have seen certainly teams push up through that underground passage and join this fight late, so that's going to be one for them to watch out for there.
Men det är stack där, ne? Men jag tror det är stack.
Drone gleich.
Kann dieses Soundpack noch weggehen?
All quiet in the comms there for
So
Alliance. Not really willing to make a push yet. They're waiting on some information. Of course, we swing back to DE, actually listening into the comms over in admin, or underneath it rather. And you see that DE uncontested over at the first airdrop, and of course that is the picking up the Lapua ammo, feeling very confident. Now, for those that don't know, it's only 5 rounds, which is $500,000 in asset value, or 100K a shot, but still, 5 rounds can be the difference maker in you winning and losing the match, potentially. So watch out for that. But our first engagement may be at hand. WLG, FLC. A little underground fighting to kick things off. Figure out who's going to get the first blood. It's going to be FLC. Kobe finds one, swings around the corner, and it's actually going to be a full push to go down as they full send player advantage at hand. Scooby is on the run, not feeling like he can take down a full team at 3, especially not when his teammates weren't able to put down a ton of damage.
Now, Scooby left all on his own there. Selen and Oko dropped very quickly. Don't often see a little fight going on underground there. Nice to see a bit of action in a unusual area. And Scooby's going to have to rethink the plan, because there's no way those revives are coming through. So we see DE there moving on the map into mini substation. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them go and look at that paid extract. I'm not sure if they've picked up a task yet. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But you do get more money from your tasks in this, so they can take paid extract a lot more easily than you might in pubs, where you need to get 40,000 to be able to do that. So keep an eye on that. Getting at AWM out the map could be, or should be, a priority, unless they're expecting to get a bunch of kills with it. Yesterday, game 1, we saw the AWM completely wasted really in game 1. So let's see DE do something useful with that in this game.
Yeah, remember, it's DE, so if they appear on your board, watch out. They may one-tap you from a distance. Dickinson throws some shots down range just to try to tag somebody. But smokes are in, nothing connects. And Team Gotaga, we saw them activating the wall breaker mission, and that's where they're headed. I'll be curious to see if anybody can test them in that mission. While we've got a moment, you can see our second airdrop is dropping. That's going to be some reds and golds. Usually not worth too much of your time unless you're just in the area. But that wall breaker mission can be extremely valuable, so I would not be surprised if somebody decides to contest Team Gotaga there, as that wall breaker mission, yes, gives you tons of reds potentially from the safes, but also a new feature with the Delta Force Rise series, the lucky wooden sculptures. You can use those, exchange them for gold gear. It's one of the only other ways you can get gold gear. Only buy it once on the map in general, so really important stuff. if you're able to secure those lucky wooden sculptures and get out of the map with them. But we'll see. They're starting it off. So far, doesn't look like anybody wants to leave admin and come contest this. They've got a pretty good idea that they're alone for now.
And Scooby there, I think, hoping that maybe maybe FLC rather had decided to move on, and he thought he might be able to go and maybe get the reses, but they are holding those bodies until they have gone to box. So no dice there. He got picked up by the Raptor scan as well, so that foiled that plan, and they're going to take the bodies with them for the time being until the timers have run out. This is FLC moving through that underground passage area. Sort of a later addition to Zero Dam that came in last year at some point. They're going to make their way up towards admin, where they're going to be joining Alliance sitting there. And we do have LFS here making a move on Wallbreaker.
This is the right play for LFS. It feels like a total whiff if you don't go for something here. Remember, they played through admin and then really had nothing to do besides either camp extract or camp team Gotaga at Wallbreaker. And that's what they're trying to do. Now, Nox is aware that they could get pushed, so he's going to let his two teammates go loot, and he's going to hold the line. Quick look at the second airdrop there. Doesn't look like anybody's around it. Here we go, Nox. Hearing footsteps, but that is not the enemy. Still feeling like he might be safe. I'm a little bit worried for these guys, Ben.
Yeah, it's a very sneaky play. I'm just, my anxiety as a Delta Force player seeing those bots running around and waiting for them to spoil the sneaky push, but I think they've managed to. I'm pretty much unaware from Gotaga's side at the moment. Looks like they may be switching a bit of loot here. Yeah, just switching loot. So Gotaga definitely don't look like they're aware that they are right in a trap. But they have had someone up there watching, waiting. So don't expect them to run out too crazily here. These guys are fraggers, but Imperator has a nice angle. We got Stickinson and even Evan just down the bottom. Here we go, the fight kicking off.
Yeah, nice shots across the bow, but nothing connects. Both putting out some warning shots. I thought LFS maybe would move a bit quicker. It felt like because they were so slow to the party, Team Gotaga either sniffed them out or just caught a glimpse of them as they were sneaking up. So going to be a true 3v3 here. Now, Team Gotaga in a bit of a weird spot. Nox is already half health, taking quite a bit of util here against LFS. Here's the footsteps down below. Not sure they know he's up on high. Stickinson should hear this. Stickinson getting double pushed, though, and Nox only on quarter HP. Does he need more? Stickinson able to find one, able to find two. Team Gotaga in a blender right now. After they got weak from the utility, it just feels like it's a fight they can't win. Maxa can get one and trade out one. That's a big boon to at least get something out of this map. But Maxa not going to stay alive for much longer. Oh, wait! He picks up another one! This guy is insane! Almost does a triple kill on main. But LFS survived barely because of Evan. That would have been the craziest 1v3 we've ever seen in Delta Force Rise series. Maxa near top of the leaderboard in kills for a reason. That was almost a miracle.
Well, and funnily enough, I was talking to Maxa just the other day. We did an interview. We were looking back at one of his 1v3s in the earlier on in the tournament, which is also to win a Mandelbrick. So Maxa has it in him. It was a good opening to that fight from the other side, from Stickinson. Picked up the double and gave them the advantage, but Maxa nearly sent that back at them with those plays. But that means Gotaga are out in the end. LFS pick up those kills. They can also get some of the loot off of those guys, and it leaves them in a sort of position near the extract as well, but someone would need to pull the lever for them to actually make their way out. As we see LFS here with WLG, they're a little bit further away, but Alliance quite close by at the moment. Might be our next fight.
Quick look at the replay here, and this is where Stickinson did a really good job of trying to isolate these ones. It made it very difficult for Team Gotaga to actually double chow him, even though he was alone. So Maxa finds himself last alive. He's able to trade one, and I was like, okay, that's enough value. He actually gets 2 full kills, so that's great value on a map where you shouldn't hardly have anything to show for it. So he was very excited about a potential miracle play that was going on socials for sure.
Yeah, it really was, and just good play there to not only to have nearly got that 1v3, but as you say, also to have confirmed both those kills during that as well to get those points. And we see Alliance here getting in trouble. That's Jex getting the knock on easy. They can have the numbers now. It's going to be a 3v2. Siloa getting easy, sorry there. And this is Kobe running around to find the angle. They've got the Vlinda res, but might be an awkward spot to do it here.
Yeah, FLC was just playing nice and slow and holding angles. Alliance walked into their trap, so down a player. That's a bummer. We've all been there before. The Rats were in, and the Rats got paid. Now Alliance has got to figure out what they want to do. Lynx was actually fairly separated from his teammates as well, so they're in a weird position. And now that he's drawn some fire this direction, maybe it'll allow Grind to rotate around and pull a crazy flank, but LFS, why they are over by Elevator Extract, are looting the bodies of Team Gotaga, and that's that lucky wooden sculpture on the right that they just pulled. So they're going to make sure they get whatever value that they can. They certainly earned it. A great play to camp Wallbreaker. But only about 4 minutes on the clock. If you want to get out of the map, we need our lever pulled here very soon, or you're going to have to start hoofing it all the way to the extremities of the map. A couple different areas, bagless, weight restricted, or paid on the south. So got to start getting a move on here, and FLC are starting to feel some pressure. Once they've gotten one knock, it's time to get going.
And a very lonely Scooby there over at Barracks, deciding if there's anything he can do to really get any value from this game now. Left on his own, might be just thinking about dipping out through that extraction point that he's near, the bagless extraction point, potentially to save a little bit of resources, but probably going to wait and see if there's a kill if someone comes his way. And not much time on that timer. If someone's going to pull switch, no one's really on it at the moment. There's a couple of teams in admin that could potentially get there in time. I think it's a 3-minute timer we see on that on these servers, so keep an eye on that. We've also got DE just sitting just outside here. They're around the wall breaker earlier at the moment. I think they've triggered paid extracts. They do have that option open to them if they want to get the AWM out. We haven't seen it fire yet. That'd be a good play from them. And this is Stickinson looking very chill, but that was just getting away with the nearly getting wiped by Maxa, I think there.
Yeah, that was, I don't know what he was counting. Maybe the bodies that fell to make sure they were full dead. I don't know, but fun note there. Here's Stickinson again, though, on man. Looking at another member of Alliance. Grind again was isolated from his teammate. You can see them completely split. Alliance has no idea how to regroup here, and so they are just running away. Link's doing a good job to smoke and get out and swing around the corner and avoid any potential line of fires that could find him. Salava, I think, has a semblance of a read, but unfortunately, Grind not going to be... Oh, actually sneaks out, taking a decent bit of damage from Scooby. Nice Utsil land. And Grind continues to run. Scooby, maybe that one was a little bit too easy for him. Thought the Grind was going to do a little bit more of a dance, and so he missed a couple shots, and Grind's still running. I mean, if Alliance can save any value here, could be nice. Or maybe heal up, pop behind a box, and take this fight, which is maybe what he's trying to do.
Not really anywhere for Grind to go in that direction. Has turned around. Got marked in the end, though, by Scooby with that Raptor. It's going to be a little 1v1 here for the honors, and they're going to go to Scooby wiped. Yeah, Grind picking up the kill there for Alliance. So not a great day at the office there for those guys. And this is Kobe being dropped. This is Lynx, another Alliance player over on the other side of the map. Players in all kinds of crazy positions. When you don't have the elevator extract pulled, you can see stuff like this. This is such a rare occurrence for our Zero Dam games.
I know, it feels like we just got started, but 90 seconds on the clock, so it's going to come down to fights, and nobody's getting out of the map unless they run right this second. It doesn't look like anybody's running anywhere besides going for some fights. Now, we don't get the full confirm there for Lynx, so although he's done a good job to knock one, not going to get credited for that kill and will be cut down. That's FLC getting another kill, as here is, it looks like Imperator taking extraction.
Yeah, that's the bagless extract, or the conditional extract. We saw LFS pick up those wooden sculptures earlier that they got from Team Gotaga when they countered down at Wallbreaker. So just getting out some of that loot they picked up from Gotaga and from that steel there. It's a good play from them. And then we can also see D here. They've decided to move down, and they're going to get all three of their players out through the paid extract, I believe. They have the AWM. I'm not sure if they have a huge amount of extra loot, 2.4 million. Some of that is probably from the value of that airdrop as well, but at least they're not throwing it away. And without the lever being pulled, there wasn't really maybe an obvious place for them to go to try and pick up some kills. So 4 players extracted from the map. That's quite a lot for a Zero Dam sometimes.
Yeah, and that's a big win for Dark Entities. I think you just called it out. Like that, getting all 3 players out in an eco round is a win because you obviously save a bunch of your loot value. Just like pubs, if you die here, you lose your gear. Or if you don't make it out of the map, you lose your gear. Like these players, 1 second on the clock, they're going to be done and dusted. DE, the team that gets out, but not the team that scores the most. It's going to be the teams that got the most kills getting the most scores. And I think it feels a little bit like yesterday here, Ben. I think LFS might have been the big winner with that team wipe. I mean, this is a team that desperately needs points, and they're starting off pretty strong with a full team wipe on one of the top teams in the group stages. So a fun moment here in the second half of the group stages to see things start to begin to turn on its head, at least at the beginning of today's match.
It absolutely shows, you know, the quality of the players we have here. Even the team that's sitting down low on the leaderboard, able to come out there, take down on the teams that's been dominating in terms of leaderboard points so far. So you know, if we can see LFS convert that to some Mandelbricks as well, then that's going to be very positive for them. But it's actually FLC coming out best team, 4 kills, 924 damage and 1 mil in assets gained. But yeah, 4 kills, very impressive for that. I guess that was the wipe down underground, right, in the sneak through to 0 down. We saw them pick up a couple of kills there and then just picked up a couple later on as well. So great work from the boys there. So we see that leaderboard, 4 kills, 3 for Living Success. That was the wipe on Team Gotaga, 2 for Gotaga with that good work from Maxa, and pretty quiet for the other teams there, but good result for DE, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's actually a really good shout. FLC did get that full wipe underneath. I kind of forgot about that one. And then they picked up the one on the Alliance player that was out by themselves around parkour. So, yeah, great job from FLC to actually be the big winners on the map. But LFS, like you said, 3 kills. They had over 2 million in assets because Imperador did get out of the map. DE get all 3 out. Don't do much else on the map. They do take out the Watch out for the AWM on even the next round potentially from Dark Entities. So a good shot from then. Stickinson does pick up 2, Maxa as well, and Salawa. So a trading of blows across the board between a couple different individuals from a couple different teams. But Maxa does well, frankly, a lot of damage for how short his life was on the map. 2.5 is what I'm giving him there to put nearly 600 damage on the board. But Salawa doing a great job assisting his team in some of these engagements, as does Jax. They were playing together the entire time. Makes sense that they're trading assists.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is our asset earners. You can see D at the top of that. Unsurprisingly, it must have been Follorat who had the AWM and the ammo worth so much, giving him an individual 2.2 million. And our other players just chasing him along there. This is Siloa coming in as our MVP for round 1 for FLC. 2 kill points, 2 assists, good amount of damage, a little bit of asset gained as well. It's a great start from FLC here.
Yeah, 100%. Salawa, I've actually had a chance to cast over this guy for a very long time as well. He's been playing in show matches. He's been doing his thing across the board. And now that he's in esports, they've been stepping up. They're a mid-pack team that desperately want to keep pushing up this leaderboard. Folks, you see it down below. Drop a follow on all major socials here with Delta Force, including the esports accounts. And if you want to learn more about the Delta Force Rise series, if you're on our official Twitch channel, scroll down, click the panels. You'll see one that says Americas, one that says EMEA. That'll get you all the info you need to know about the Delta Force Rise series. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it's going to be Brakkesh. It's going to be our first Mandelbrick round.
Members now the odds are in their favor. 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little. So hang on a second, NL. Look at that! It's an absolute sweat. And Illich's got him though. They're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts. For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping off that.
Find and stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first Mandelbrick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. There it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, day 2 of week 3 here in EMEA region. Groups A and B started off with a bang, folks. We just wrapped up Zero Dam and saw some solid fights across the board. Team Gotaga went for Wall Breaker, got camped, LFS, were able to win that fight barely after Moxa almost did something that was near impossible for Team Gotaga. But LFS, a great rep, but it's FLC with the best rep because they did pick up 4 total kill points. You can see kill points plus supply points equals our squad points. FLC picked up 4 kills plus some decent supply. 8 total to take the lead. Now, this is a much more even leaderboard, Ben, than we've seen the last several times we watched a Zero Dam. Everybody got a little bit of something for the most part, and there's nobody running away with the competition already in terms of squad points. So as we move into Brakkesh, this feels very even-keeled. This is anybody's game. The only team probably with a huge advantage right now going into the second round could be Dark Entities if they bring in that ARM.
That is the advantage right now, is the AWM. They can start our first Mandelbrick game with that gun that can one-tap pretty much anyone on the map. This is our operator pick selection. As you may know from watching these before, you get 2 uses of each operator. Once you used an operator twice within your team, that's not individually, then you won't be able to use them again unless we get all the way to Game 7 and then those reset, and you can bring in anybody you want. These are the popular operator picks for the map. Uluru, Toxic, and Raptor, our go-tos for Brakkesh. Expect to see a lot of fire being thrown around, particularly if we end up in that museum, and that's where we're going to see our first Mandelbrick appear. That's going to be just outside to the south of the museum.
Yeah, 100%. And it's been fun to talk about operators on Brakkesh because I actually feel like it changes a decent bit. Some of these pick rates, you're going to see some Ulurus probably quite a bit. They're just really good for zoning off the decoding station. So I think Uluru, you'll see one nearly on most teams. But the rest of these operators have low enough pick rates. It feels like everybody just plays what they prefer on Brakkesh because many times you won't see them burn the Tempest this early. And so it just comes down to whatever comp they feel like works for them. And also maybe if they can start predicting some of the spawns, like if you're LFS and you're Alliance, you know you won't get a tier 1 spawn. You know you're not going to be first to the party. So what does that mean for you? Are you going to play in some of these T2, T3 spawns and say, okay, we're going to be showing up late? Does that change our operator choices? Does that mean we do run a Tempest like some teams have decided to do to burn one early so we can go in and steal since we know we won't be first there? There's some fun conversations there, but we do oftentimes see Raptor again for a lot of that info in the sky, and then Uluru and some of our other engineers to help zone off around decoding stations or otherwise. So you can see T1 spawns are important because how close they are to the museum. Ben just shouted this out. The spawn for the brick is right outside the museum, and the closest decoding station is inside the museum. So it is very valuable to get the tier 1 spawn on this map.
And that is where we often end up with the decode on these Brakkesh games, is inside the museum there. We did see a different one yesterday, though, that took us over to the western sort of side of the old town, just to the south of the Blue River Hotel there. That was our decode yesterday that went uncontested in the end. They nearly got nicked. That was FLC grabbing their first one, I'm pretty sure, on our second game of the day yesterday, but could go to any of these teams today. It will be interesting, as Gojo was just saying, to see if anyone does bring in a Tempest in this game. We saw teams yesterday maybe overcommitting, particularly, we saw Genius bringing in Tempest and wasting it. So, yeah, interesting to see.
Well, folks, it is time for round 2, which means it's time for another giveaway. About to pop up on your screen right now, a brand new redeemable code, folks. Get your typing fingers ready. I'm giving you a little heads up. When you see it, type it in as fast as you can. There it is to unlock the SR3M Combat Ready skin. 25 total redemptions. You can redeem them in-game or at the official website. Got to type in this code perfectly to make sure that you enter in and get your rewards. 25 redemptions is all it takes, and then it has been used up. That's how fast you gotta be. We got a lot of folks watching all over the place on a bunch of different streams, so you gotta be very, very quick. We got a couple more coming for you a little bit later down the line. Hopefully you earned your SR3M Combat Ready skin, and if you didn't, hopefully you can get it in another one. But it's time for Brakkesh, it's time for a Mandelbrick, and it's also time for an airdrop to see if maybe another high caliber weapon enters the battlefield.
Now, we've got two really interesting operator lineups here as we see FLC and DA getting the prio spawns, by the way, over in the museum. This is FLC. We've got WLG bringing in the double. They've got the Raptor and then the double Gizmo play. That's a whole lot of spiders. I'm not sure I've seen a double Gizmo being brought in so far in the tournament. So that's a very interesting one. And then we also have FLC bringing in no recon at all. They've gone Toxic, Shepherd, Uluru. So saving a Raptor to use later on. Presumably, they might want to use it on space or just in case there's a Brakkesh game at the end, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely a lot to consider. I love those callouts. This is also the first time in a little while that we haven't seen a single team use the Tempest. It's usually like one team will bring Tempest in to try to have an advantage on a map where most people don't bring it in. So everybody electing to save that for Space City. This could be a long one today, folks. It'll be fun. So quick look at those operators like Ben was talking about, as well as the gear. Nobody bringing in anything higher than purple because they can't. It's all going to be even keeled across the board from ammo into armor. But DE playing outside museum. This is classic. One team outside, one team inside, and DE are able to sneak away with the brick. Very well done, and an incendiary landed on him, but he didn't take too much damage. So DE got the brick, and now the question is, where do we go from here? Because not only do we have FLC inside, who are probably shaking their heads saying, dang, he actually was able to get it, but also we've got a couple teams in the area running this way, trying to make sure that if DE rotate out, they're going to be caught between a rock and a hard place, as Alliance are on your minimap right now, just outside.
It's definitely not the ideal place to be stuck with a Mandelbrick, is it? They did very well to grab that before you got too many teams here, and it gets tricky to grab it with all the util flying in. But now they're stuck in a pretty hard building to dig yourself out from. There's a lot of angles. If you try and move out from that, there's a lot of sneaky little windows they can see you come down that way.
If I have
Let's bring Easy
one
in.
word to use, I would say confidence.
Oh, okay, that's it. Yep. Heck yeah. We have some of the players you can see in these vibe checks right before the game started, how they were feeling. And Easy, all he had to say, I made a few words. Confidence. Okay, we'll be watching out for Easy today. With that in mind, that's sick.
Confidence is key coming in from Easy's. We still see DE sitting inside their pretty small house, sending out the Raptor to keep an eye on things. Everyone knows where they are. It's just like pubs. The Mandelbrick is marked on the game, so they know where it's sitting. And they also have that timer. Oh, that's a flight recorder pulled by Oko from WLG here. 2.1 million. I mean, that's one of the biggest reds I've seen pulled in competitive play. You don't get there's no Tears of the Ocean or Heart of Africa in these, but 2.1 mil for a flight recorder is that's a pretty big deal, and it's only a 2x3, so good find.
Yeah, very good find. Yeah, there's only a couple 2 mils out there, but a couple. There's a key card you can pull. It's 2 mil. There's a couple more you can find on Tide Prison, but yeah, this is a nice value add on a map where you're trying to get some supply points. That's a full point as an item by itself that you just throw into the safe box. So nice find. Now, again, we remind you at the top of the show about the Mandelbrick rules, and we'll continue to remind you, but our overlay does a great job of showcasing all of our timers. So you can see our airdrop is preparing. They'll be able to see where it's going to be landing here on the minimap in about 30 seconds. You can also see that DE are still on that 5-minute timer. This is to get it to a decoding station, folks. So you have to get it there, not start working your way there. It's got to be planted in a decoding station in the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds, or it'll go back to spawn. And that sneaky play DE made would have been all for naught. We'll see what they're able to do and how they actually get out of here. And which decoding station do they even go for? It looks like Team Gotaga are banking on the fact that DE feel like their rotation outside of Museum could come this direction. So they're going to hang tight over at the same decoding station we saw used yesterday here, Ben. And if DE rotated this way, they're going to be in for a rude awakening.
Very limited options, really, for DE. You can see on the map when we saw that a moment ago, basically all the other teams, rather than huddling round to block DE getting out from this building, they've actually just locked down all of the decode stations on the entire map. We have Alliance watching out for the one down near the tower. We've got LFS blocking off Market and the Sarah camp, and then Team Gotaga over on the western side with FLC still inside Museum. So not only did he have to get outside of that building, they've then got to fight their way through a team to do it. So it doesn't really look like they are making any effort to get out at the moment. I think they're just going to let that count down and reset and deny it for the time being. It seems like strange to not have a go, but maybe they just want to wait for the other teams to get thinned out a little bit. They are poking their heads out, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth mentioning, too, that they do have Alluru and Raptors, so they could easily check some of these decoding stations quite quickly from a distance. But they're making the move, and it looks like FLC hear them running, and they're trying to rotate to catch a glimpse of them and shoot them in the back. Some smokes are in. Full array back shown to Museum, was able to get out just in the nick of time. Good job from DE, sneaking their way out, catching some flack from a couple different teams, but even with a ton of util, they're still all on their feet. And a bunch of Allura rockets will land that do no harm to them. In the meantime, you can see it pop up. Oh, actually, two different things pop up. That second rifle is not fireable. That is, you find that one on the map, folks. That's over $500,000 there for WLG. But LFS have picked up the airdrop on the map, and those 50 cal rounds mean an M82 has entered the battlefield from LFS, while the rest of the teams are focused on the brick, and DE find their way to Market, the only clear decoding station, frankly, on the map.
That was a crazy little dash from DE there. I'm surprised that worked out so cleanly. I think LFS maybe decided they were a little spread too thin. They were watching kind of Market and Camp and thinking about that drop, as we see a masterpiece picked up by Selen. Another 2 mil red. That one a 3x3, so that will take your whole safe box. And that's why the flight recorder is probably one of the best ones you can get outside of a key card, because it still leaves you 3 slots to put your ammo and other assorted valuables in there. But yeah, great play from D. Very nice there. I thought maybe they're leaving that too late, but they managed to time it perfectly, get up through under the Museum, make the way into the Market areas. We see the Masterwork and the Smoothbore held by Selen there from WLG. Just looking a bit greedy here. They're down in the tower, and that's why they're getting so rich.
Yeah, this is such a funny conversation we always bring up with Brakkesh, is that if you get the Tower of Babel spawn, you have to make a decision, a pretty hard decision. Usually teams will say, okay, we'll loot for a second and then go play for brick. WLG says, nah, let's commit, and it has paid off in strides. Look at that, 7.1 mil just in loot value here. So a great job from these guys to get a ton of loot. You're likely going to see them pack it all in on one player, send that player out if they can, and the other two will stay on the map to try to play spoiler, pick up a couple kills or what have you. That's probably the smartest play given how many reds they've pulled. So watch out for WLG in the late game to see is probably just as a duo. As we turn our eyes to the decoding station, though, we know it's at Market, and then other teams do as well. So we're going to see Team Gotaga come sprinting in from the north side. You're going to see Team Alliance coming in from the south side. And, of course, DE caught in the middle with LFS in the area as well. We're about to have a 4-team bang out here shortly around the decoding station. And with 2 minutes now less than on the clock, team's got to get moving here shortly.
Not a lot of time left for these teams to interrupt. And as we've seen previously, you can't leave it to the last 30 seconds or even minutes sometimes, because it's your first push or the first push by any team. That's when all this util gets deployed. And if you don't have time, if you waste that, then the opportunity is going to be gone. Those cooldown timers on that util, you need some of it to get cleared and then come in after that. So you've got to give yourself a little bit of leeway, a little bit of allowance in order to make it work. We've got Alliance. They're the team that are really in close here. They're just outside of the Market area, just up on that roof. We saw one of the guys there. And then we've got LFS coming in from the north. As we approach just 1 minute on the timer, this is when our teams need to start striking.
60 seconds. LFS, Stickinson, Honolulu. Got cold armor now. Must have found that on the map. Gonna be pushing up, looking to try to get a little bit active. Alliance takes a bit of grief and is gonna have to back off for a second. Heal back up. DE under a ton of util fire. Smartly have barricaded up one of the windows with their Alluru to provide some extra cover. DE really focused on trying to play, yes, smart, yes, defend the brick, but also not sell a life. Unfortunately, they sell one in almost a second. Full array very low, having to back off, but Alliance got to make a move. 20 seconds on the clock. You know you have a knock. Somebody's got to push up to go for the steal here, and Full array is going to be in the window looking at it. A ton of util lands, but they do. Able to steal it. Well done there from Alliance to just commit to the play. 3.5 minutes on the reset. Everybody can take a collective breath unless you're Alliance sitting on the decoding station, catching the raw into the barrel from Flarich.
That's great work from Alliance there. Well played and well timed in the end. They've looked so calm and casual in the first game or two today. So great to see them performing well. And that's one more decode steal than we saw in the entire match yesterday. They all went free. So yeah, nice to see one traded back. I do like seeing these bounce back and forth. And now, you know, that momentum's begun. We're going to see more and more teams get involved, and, you know, it could be anyone's game. I want to see WLG with their millions come up here and see those operators get involved. I want to see the spiders getting chucked in here. That's going to be very powerful in that small area. We saw that toxic ult also very powerful. And I think Uluru as well. I've seen fights here before with all sorts of fire come flying in on our players from Uluru.
Team Gotaga able to find a decent amount of loot value there from the second airdrop, but really not worth too much of your time unless you kind of just pass by it, which is looks like exactly what they did. Look at the mini-map, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in the area. The only team that's not on the mini-map, there they are. There's everybody. Okay. The whole party's here. 2 minutes on the clock. This is about to be utter chaos for the next 7 minutes.
Really, I love seeing the use of that Uluru concrete shield by these players. When I'm playing, I just chuck it on the floor and prone behind it. When these guys use it, they throw it in these really interesting angles. Maybe you see them then smash half it off just to give themselves tiny little peaks. Oh, as we see Grind here, sitting pretty much on the brick wall, just off to the side. And there's those Uluru mollies coming in. It's such a confined area around here. You can do so much damage with some of that util. The smoke, though, putting it out, and Grind is able to get back up to full HP as well. They've still got 90 seconds, so plenty of time. And as Goj rightly pointed out, everybody's here.
All 6 of our teams in the area. Alliance still technically in control of the brick, but Grind is just eating so much utility that he finally gets cut down. Alluru rockets, incendiaries, triple play. I mean, everything that anybody is throwing down range is landing square on his forehead. So he's finally down and on yellow timer. 60 seconds on the clock. Alliance still in control. But is anybody able to look at the brick? It's going to be Lynx, the only one that can, playing underneath this tent. This is actually a really smart area to be in. And he's got Alluru, so he's got that cover behind him. He's in a great spot right now just to hold. And if teams don't push him from the backside, just sounds like that's exactly what's happening. Sniffed out by a Raptor drone. They know where he's at. Easy goes down as well. He's going to be last alive for his team. Alliance, 30 seconds on the clock. But if Lynx goes down, if he gets wiped, timer will pause. Every piece of utility is being eliminated onto the map and eliminating Alliance. Down goes Alliance. Timer paused. Who makes the play?
Yeah, look, that's so close from DE grabbing in there. I saw one of them actually pretty much on the brick. I think they got pushed off. But as you mentioned, Alliance got wiped in there. That stops the decode. You can't get the brick after you've been killed. And it's easy for you to say. The DE grabbing the steal there. 3 minutes on the clock. As we mentioned before, that decode timer goes down by 30 seconds each time it trades. So we can see they get shorter and shorter until it hits 90 seconds. That's the minimum time to decode. So DE in control now. They were all 3 up still.
Yeah, this is chaotic. And Scooby hiding behind the bar counter is able to stay alive as LFS take a new position to try to play for Brick. It is down below inside the building, and they're not aware that he's there. Team Gotaga on the outside has already struck down at least one member of WLG. So they come in feeling fresh, feeling ready to go. FLC down to a duo as well. We got a lot of noise happening on screen right now, from util to people screaming to the boss shooting down on hell. I mean, this is all hell breaking loose around the decoding station. Everybody fighting against each other and against the map. And with only 4 minutes on the clock and only having the brick being stolen twice, we are now getting into the conversation here, Ben, where there's a chance nobody gets this brick with how much chaos is happening around it. The next steal, I believe, sets us to 2.5 minutes. We got to fight on hand. Stickinson able to take down Nox and get the cleanup. Nox able to take down one of FLC. So FLC down to a solo as current. It's going to be Kobe. Kobe hits the chaos, feeling like there's so much chaos. He can make a play to somewhere safe. No, not safe in here. Wait, he's not aware. He didn't know that DE was in here and almost was able to style on him. But with quick comms, DE able to help their teammates out. Full Array cleans up FLC. FLC and Alliance, the only two teams full wipe. DE still in control of the brick as of current.
I thought he was going to go for the melee attack there for a second as we see LFS get caught out. That was Stickinson that dropped, Scoodry dropped, Selen drops. That is huge amount of kills popping up in the feed as we see WLG wiped in the end after that engagement. That leaves us 3 teams. DE with 3 up, 53 seconds in the decode. Gotaga still with 3 up, and LFS have 2 at the moment. So it's going to be between one of these 3 teams, all back to a full contingent of players now as well. And as you mentioned, they need to get this still pretty quick. If we trade once, I think the next one is 2 minutes, I think. So
I think it's 2.5. I think this is it. I think if DE don't cap here, if anybody even steals it, nobody is the brick. Full Array feeling that pressure and feeling like there's only 20 seconds. If I just sit on the brick, we can be able to keep it, but he's catching all that utility that happened earlier against Alliance. Every piece of util is landing square on his forehead, and with 12 seconds on the clock, LFS gonna make a play. Evan goes up and gets 1, going for the steal here. Evan's gotta stick it, but no flarage. Just barrel stuffs him, takes him down 4 seconds. Can anybody get there in time? Evan has picked up a ton of kills, but he's not gonna pick up the brick. Dark Entities get the brick and nearly get wiped just before Team Gotaga coming in to play cleanup, but it's too little too late. Dark Entities started this whole thing and they finish it as well. What a wild situation to kick things off there, because 1 steal means nobody gets the brick. Dark Entities, a great hold as we continue our fights.
DE really had to work for that one there. It was great work by Fleric in the end with the Uluru rocket sent in. That was able to push off some of the enemy operators coming in to try and take that brick, and they managed to grab it at the expense of a couple of teammates. But when you're that close to decoding, you play your life and you just get your bricks. That is all that matters. And D, first team of the day to grab the bricks. We see our teams mopping up, and that is going to be Stickinson getting wiped to their GOT. They were on a couple of kills for them, but they'll be disappointed with no brick. It's going to be Fleric versus all of, Bishka now left versus all of Gotaga. So good luck there, Bishka.
Yeah, Team Gotaga fairly content for the most part to come in and play cleanup. I mean, they've picked up a ton of kills. They're likely going to be the big winners, but use Bishka, one of the top damage dealers in the game, showcasing his skills first, and then unfortunately just jumps up a hair too early on that rotation and gets shot in the back of the head. So down goes use Bishka, and I want to say Team Gotaga's on, like, they might have picked up at least 5, if not more, kills on the map. With how late they showed up, they got a kind of a piece of everybody. Seeing Maxa only on 1, but
6, 4 for Nox.
Yo, yeah, there it is. You saw it when we popped back out. 6 total for Team Gotaga. That's huge.
Yeah, great work from them. They'll be, as you mentioned, they'll be much happier if they manage to get the brick, but decent amount of kills, points on the board. There's plenty of time left for our teams to come back in and get another brick, but that is game 2 over. First brick game over, and it is DE Dark Entities taking the first Mandel brick of the day.
Yeah, really well done again. Those guys started the whole thing, right? They snuck in, grabbed the brick first, and then just kind of camped out for a little while in the small building outside of Museum. And they were using their utility. They were just basically playing their utility off cooldown, the Raptor drone, the Allure rocket, to try to scout out, hey, is there even a decoding station that's open right now? They scouted out and find that, hey, they're the best team because they actually picked up 5 kills in their own right, but they also picked up the brick, and they sniffed out which decoding station was the most free because LFS went down for that airdrop. They get up there first. They start the chaos. Everybody else shows up, and they certainly were there on time, but DE were the last ones alive, able to hold down the brick. Look at this. Team Gotaga and Dark Entities, the most kills by a mile. It felt like there were so many trading of blows. And LFS as well, sorry, they picked up 5. Felt like there was so much trading of blows, but FLC, Alliance, and WLG hardly get anything from that map. Blown away with what Alliance was able to do on that last map, that they didn't get any confirmed kills. Wild.
And Alliance were also the first team in there contesting that decode as well, but just didn't manage to pick up. And it's not always being first that gets you the kills, but it is Nox adding to his already very impressive total of kills so far this tournament, picking up 4 individually. Stickinson grabbing good damage. I think he got a good amount of damage in that first game when we saw them fighting Gotaga over near Wallbreaker on Zero Dam, and again, fragging out nicely in game 2. And these are our top assisters. Maxa grabbing 3 is good work. You don't often see a ton of assists popping up on this, so great work from Maxa from Gotaga there, and Flarik with 2, and Uzbishka again from D with 2 there as well. As we see, pretty even across the boards. Clean sweep for WLG with our asset earners there. I guess this is probably what they all managed to safe box from their busy tower looting session.
Yeah, they went crazy in the entire battle, but Nox going to be our MVP because he picked up 4 kills of his own, showing up a little late, comes into the backside and gets a piece of nearly every single team. It felt like Team Gotaga was able to make things very difficult for everybody, but they weren't able to play for the brick. Dark Entities able to hold the line, barely hanging on, because again, I think if anybody, even if they like what we call suicide steal it, right? They go in, steal it, and then immediately die. That resets the clock enough to where nobody gets the brick. A big shout out to Dark Entities for the play that they just made, Ben. I'm really excited to see them at the top, and the big question in my mind is what's going to happen in Tide Prison.
Oh yeah, Tide Prison's going to be very interesting to see. Another eco round for our teams to come in and make some money, and we're going to see that come up in just a few moments after we take a short break.
Members now the odds are in their favor 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little solo. Hang on a second, NL. Look at that, it's an absolute sweep. This and Ellis just gotta know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts. For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping off to that.
Got the Mandelbricks. Find and stop them. Mandelbricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first Mandelbrick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, not gonna do very much though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. So much damage, and there it is.
Welcome back. Delta Force Rise Series Day 2, Week 3 here in EMEA. And Groups A and B have been non-stop action as we wrap up game 2 here in Brakkesh. Dark Entities find their way to the Mandelbrick first, and they finish with the Mandelbrick after a wild amount of fighting. But Team Gotaga picked up a crazy amount of eliminations, as did Dark Entities, and so both of those two teams should see themselves near the top of the leaderboard, with, of course, DE at the top because of the Mandelbrick. Ben, walk me through this leaderboard as a current.
So that's 11 squad points for DE. It's not the most squad points, but that Mandelbrick sits them at the top. Doesn't matter how many squad points they've got, as long as they've got the most bricks, they're going to take that top space. So 5 kill points for them. Team Gotaga behind, they've got the highest squad points, but very closely followed by LFS. They've got 13. So good performance kill-wise from those two teams. That's going to set them up well if/when they manage to acquire a Mandelbrick. Then FLC, WLG Alliance, a little bit further down, but it's very early days at the moment, and all you need to do is get a brick to get in that. None of the teams here have won more than one single day yet. We've had Gotaga win a day, we've had DE win a day, we've had Alliance win a day as well. So going to be interesting to see if any of those teams can capitalize on that and get their second overall win. But pretty even so far. Maybe WLG Alliance, just 1 kill point though, so that's something interesting there. Maybe they need to play a little bit of catch up.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think it's unsurprising to see Dark Entities at the top, of course, because of the Mandelbrick. But also, you got to remember, they did nothing in round 1, right? They picked up their and then they got out of the map. So they had 0 kill points. So one good map can flip this leaderboard on its head. Again, finding the Mandelbrick is everything. But Team Gotaga, currently top slayers with LFS there in 3rd overall. Very close leaderboard for the 3 teams at the top in terms of the points. The rest of the 3 still trying to figure out, how do we get kills? How do we stay alive? Little bit unlucky, but WLG did pick up those 4 supply points from that last round just from safe boxes alone, so pretty solid there. As we move to Tide Prison, things start to change a little bit. As per the usual, I say this is the sneaky map because, well, it is. You gotta be sneaky on this map. You're gonna see a lot of Noxes, may see a couple of Hat Claws, and then of course we have been seeing a little bit more of an uptick of Morse as well. Just trying to get a read. Any intel you can find on this map is great because there's gonna be a lot of rats lurking around the corner trying to shoot you as you peek your head out over a railing or otherwise. But looking at the operator choices, anybody else kind of stand out off the page that you'd expect to see here in Tide Prison, Ben?
I think, as you say, Morse incredibly powerful on this map because there's so many levels. A lot of it's very dense and there's loads of different floors. If you use that Morse ult, you can scan so many players. And I've seen screenshots and videos of this whole mini map covered in Morse ults pointing in different directions. So that's going to be a popular one. Also, Nox. We haven't seen 1 Nox used so far. Expect to see Nox. Expect to see some double Noxes being played. Maybe the occasional Hat Claw also tends to get used. Again, an operator that's not super popular in other maps. You can see the Hat Claw, double Nox has been an operator's choice we have seen multiple times. I think we saw one yesterday, and I'm pretty sure we've seen Gotaga running that in the past. So yeah, expect to see a lot of Nox running around, throwing those discs, which are so powerful in these small areas. You know, that disc go in, throw it in, bounce off a wall, does a ton of damage, and then push and pick it up. And you can see there's those operators we've been talking about for our Tide Prison today.
Yeah, 100%. Nox, Hat Claw, Morse, those are the classic picks, but Nox with the highest pick rate by a mile. People tend to bring in a bunch of different operators again on an eco round like this because everybody has slightly different preferences, and it's sometimes more about not using the high caliber operators, if you will, that you'll see on Space City, like Luna, like Stinger, and of course like Tempest. Nobody will be playing Tempest unless they misclick. But looking at spawn predictions, this is always a fun conversation as well. I've been known to say sometimes on broadcasts that the tier 1 spawn on Brakkesh is the most important one that you can pull because, 1, it sets you up to be able to play for brick and get the first brick. Credit DE for doing that from the tier 1 spawn. It also means you won't get a tier 1 spawn on Tide Prison, which is also good news because that means you still have a chance to get the tier 1 spawn on Space City. So kind of a fun little conversation there about the way our spawn system works, because the only rule is that you can't get the tier 1 spawns back to back. So on Tide Prison, you don't really want the tier 1 spawn, albeit it does give you a little bit of some advantages of trying to get some engagements early. I found that it doesn't give you much. So a couple things you can play for though on Tide Prison. Ben, we got the GTI supply mission where you can get the where you can get the M82, and then of course there is a second airdrop to play for as well.
And speaking of AWMs. I'm not sure if D even brought their AWM into that last game, unless I was just too distracted by all the fights going in the end, but we didn't see any clicking, any sniping, so I think they've saved that AWM they got from game 1. I'm going to bring that into Space City later. Maybe they want to get another AWM first. Maybe one's not enough. They want to wait till they've got one for the whole team, and then they'll bring them into party. But we're going to jump into Tide Prison, our one and only Tide Prison game of the day. I'm going to find out who's going to get those tier 1 spawns, which it's a really interesting point. You don't really want the tier 1 spawns in this, do you? You want to save those for Space City for the Mandelbrick games.
Yeah, I would argue that for sure. A competitor could tell me I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. It is very valuable. Now, we know Space City, we'll talk more about the spawns later, that not all tier 1 spawns are created equal, but still, it is well worth your time to have one so you can get to the brick a little bit faster than your opponents. But that's neither here nor there. It's eco round time. We're looking for kills, we're looking for loot, and hopefully we're looking to get out as well. With the new rules, there's been much less of an emphasis on extracting out of the lobby just because these kills are so valuable. So a lot of teams elect to stay, hunt down their opponents, and go for broke. But folks, let's see who'll be broke, who will be the joke, and who will be on top of our leaderboard at the end of round 3. Will squad points change anything about being first? No, because we got a team with a Mandelbrick, but they could set you up well to win some tiebreakers later as we move into the rest of our Space City map. So here we go. Gotaga's team seemingly fully alone on the south side of the map. Not often do you see a team like Alliance. They're actually going to swing up to the north side. Yes, underground, but some fun convos here about maybe some potential fights on the north pretty early as DE find their way to 250,000, picking up the disc, and everybody else trying to figure out where everybody else is at. Now, it does sound like we've got a vibe check with Vlad. Let's see if we can pull him up on screen and see what he was thinking before we got kicked off today, as Vlad definitely thinking about getting some wins. We'll pull it up whenever we got it, but Team Gotaga just looting out here in the south.
Now, this is
My
Vlad
mindset
and teammates.
before this game tonight is like confidency. The only goal is like top 1, no other choice.
Love that. Yeah. Wise words from Vlad. They're top 1. That's all they're aiming for. Second isn't good enough, as we see even from Evan pick up a fossil there. We'll have a little look at the operators for a moment. An interesting note on those operators, as we mentioned, that we've got 3 separate teams running double Nox Hat Claw. So whole bunch of Noxes going on. Might make some of you watching from home feel like this is a bit more relatable. If you've ever played on Tide Prison, you're probably pretty used to everyone running a whole bunch of Noxes. If only they could run a triple Nox, then I'm sure some of these teams would probably do it. But 2 is your limit, so we've got a whole bunch of them on here. As we see Alliance moving around, they've now rotated all the way around to the sort of eastern side. Actually, FLC nearest to Alliance right now.
Funny enough, if you all can do some basic counting with me, that is 8 Noxes out of all of our teams here. So you could do a little bit of math. That is a ridiculous stat. It's going to somehow drag our average up in our stats that we showed earlier. I think they had him at 30-something%. Yeah, this is quite a bit higher than that. So great job from the team here to continue to emphasize how important Nox is on a map like Tide Prison.
Yeah, let's get that up to 50%. We can see that by the end of the event. We're getting there. We're getting there. Now, this is WLG Oko, just running around doing a bit of looting, as we mentioned. They get access to all key cards, basically, so they can open any of these key card doors, try and find themselves a little bit of loot, but kills is really the priority. But you tend to just see teams taking their time a little bit, you know, letting things develop, and then later on we're going to see some of that pressure come in. Limited extracts, obviously, available on this map. You have the helicopter pickup to the south. That kind of just spawns in naturally after a while. That's going to be down in the water, which has a couple of slightly unfriendly sharks hanging out down there as well. I'm yet to see a player killed by one in this tournament, but I'm holding out hope I will see that before the end of the Rise Season 1.
There was one in Americas. It was very, very sad. They had just gotten knocked, picked back up, and then the shark ate them. So, we'll go back to sharks later, though, because Alliance looking for some of their first kills on the map. A little bit lower on the leaderboard, and they would desperately need a pickup here in an eco round where kills give you a ton of money. Looks like Jax actually does fall. Grind has found the angle, so Alliance certainly going to push this with player advantage. Do they know this was right around the corner? Absolutely. Perfect centering from Lynx to pick him up and make this now a 3v1. It's just a matter of time here for Kobe. And the question is, can he get even a single trade? Yes, able to knock one, but not going to be able to confirm it. That is a clean wipe from Alliance in the first couple minutes of this map. We're very well done from the guys that desperately needed it.
Great job and a great little spot for a revive here. Actually, very convenient to pick up the body and drop straight down into that little area next to the keycard room and revive safely before they can get third parties. They do have some teams nearby. Gotaga are keeping an eye on that. They're going to keep them honest, but plenty of time to get the res in and make themselves get healed up. But yeah, clean wipe. Good points on the board for Alliance there. 3 confirmed kills. FLC out early. 13 minutes still to go. So, yeah, very early in the game there. As we see, this is DE, our claimants of the first Mandelbrick, just sneaking around through the tunnels and picking up the kill on Oko. That's with Bishka getting the opening kill there.
Yeah, getting an opening kill on WLG is huge. But it also means that LFS should have heard that. They were just above. And I think you saw it there in a quick look back with our X-ray. I think they might have turned around and may have come looking and sniffing out what could be a third party if they can get down below. But WLG feeling like there's no way they're going to go get Oko back. They're going to hold here for a moment while Flair is just going to pick up the important loot off the body. For those that don't know, the dog tags actually are worth a decent amount of loot. They scale up in value the deeper we go into the competition. So by the time we're in Space City, about 150k a piece. So definitely a valuable one slaughter. Even though you need 2 million in stash value to get you a supply point, still very helpful.
Yeah, it's a great highlight, Goach. You do see a lot of people mention that in chat in the various platforms where streaming this broadcast on. I always see people asking about why are they stuffing dog tags in their safe box, and that is exactly why, because they are worth some decent cash. As we see, Alliance with their 3 kills, just roaming around now. Going to see who's going to be next on the board. WLG are not getting that revive. DE going to hold that after thoroughly looting the body. And we can now hear the bosses chatting. So we have the flagship mission. The mission you can complete that's going to get you some of those. There we go. Going to get you some of those little statues you can use to unlock some loot later in the game. So that's why you see players sometimes doing that. And occasionally you might see the boss actually drop a player, because that's certainly what he does to me pretty much any time I try and fight him in Delta Force.
Yeah, if you get a little too overconfident, Warden, Raven, they a little scary on the map, so watch out.
Doesn't take a lot.
Yeah, we've actually seen, funny enough, we've actually seen quite a bit of NPC kills, if you will, on the map. Some of these either bosses or the boss's henchmen have picked up kills. Even in the Americas region, we had a player get killed in the final 20 seconds as they were about to engage in a fight. It was really, really funny. But that's the way Tide Prison goes, man. There's just so much going on. There's so many angles you can get shot from. You're worried about other teams that sometimes you forget that, hey, our bots shoot back.
This is Bishka again. DE just clearing through the library now, getting away from that Morse ult that was coming down from above. It was WLG. They're going to move down kind of towards LFS, but they're still fairly safe distance away. We do have the airdrop marked on the map now. That is going to be coming down, airdrop number 1. So keep an eye on who decides to go for that. Seems to be waiting to see. We'll have a look and see where it's popped on the map. This is a Gotaga now. Hack or scan. Got their Nox this ready. Just going on a little explore here.
So far, still some patience. They do get a read using Hat Claw. Team on the other side of that door, so LFS not maybe being quite as sneaky as they thought. Aside from that first original fight, haven't been much other action on the map right now. Looks like they were able to, WLG was able to go back and pick up their third, but likely missing quite a bit of loot. Everybody back to full health. Or working their way towards that. With a lot of shots happening, Ben, I think everybody understands these are not players shooting.
Yeah, this is the biggest fight we've had pop off since since DE picked a kill a few minutes ago, is the 2 bosses fighting each other and their henchmen. So we might see some players join the action soon, but that is AI operator, or AI on AI at the moment. We do have the airdrop about to land on the western side of the map. LFS aren't too far from that. Also, DE sitting quite close to that as well. So be interested if they try and claim yet another airdrop. And I'm kind of surprised DE let WLG grab that revive on Oko in the end. They didn't wait it out, but I wonder if they just thought, well, you know, one more player back. We'll take their guns. One more player back on the map. Maybe we can get another kill, because they, they get the kill point. Even though that revive came in, it was after they had flushed. So, they do still get that kill point either way.
You can see top middle. GTI supply mission can be picked up now, so that's how you get the M82 or the blow some safes open and go find it. And the airdrop also landed, but you know what else is landing? Alliance has found an angle. And Vlad has hit the deck, landed on the floor, and Team Gotaga now in a bit of a blender. They knew that there was a team close by. They knew Alliance was in the area, but they didn't know exactly where. It didn't have all the angles covered. So into a 3v2. Noxa throws down some warning shots like, I see you, but this 2v3 for Team Gotaga is going to be difficult to deal with if Alliance time it correctly. And it looks like Nox is trying to make a play on Nox, trying to swing around the outside of the map and find the right angle. Maxa also on Nox, not able to connect all of those shots, just trying to get back to safety while getting the reload in. Able to do just that, trying to buy some time for the other Nox to get over here and help him out.
I mean, the only saving grace here is that the team also isn't called Nox. Otherwise, we'd be really having a bad time. They're going to go for that revive. Alliance pushing in. They get the knock on Nox, playing the Nox, and that is going to be just. They do get the revive. No, they don't. That's just one left.
Yeah, tough.
2 wipes. That's 2 wipes from Alliance. That's going to put them on 6 kills, 2 apiece for Grind, Lynx, and Easy. Great work from the boys. They're getting some good points and some good loot now.
Yeah, it was a really tough fight. I don't really know what Team Gotaga could have done better there. When you're down a player and you're kind of stuck in a corner, there was really nowhere to run or hide, so you had to stay and fight. They try to stick the res, thinking Alliance are going to play slow like they have been the first couple maps, but Alliance have woken up, folks. That's 2 full team wipes. I saw some folks in the chat that are supporting Alliance as we see a sneaky angle here from LFS. Some of the Alliance fans are saying, don't worry about Alliance. They're slow cooking, and well, the slow cooker is making a lot of noise right now because Alliance has got 6 kills already on this map. The only team with kills on the map right now, aside from DE's 1 pick that they found from before. So this is a great rep from Alliance to get them back into contention on the leaderboard.
We've seen huge support for Alliance in the chat on every broadcast they've been a part of so far. So that's been brilliant to see. Very popular team and having a great day, great games so far. We've seen them win a full day. So far they picked up a top spot, got themselves well up the leaderboard with that. And these points are going to be very valuable once we get into these Mandelbrick games coming up. And just going into that with confidence as well. Lets you settle in, play your own game. You don't start overthinking things. You're doing what you do when you're scrimming. And 6 kills in 1 game is pretty decent. This is DE we're watching here. Fleric, Uzbishka, and Folorate. 4 teams remaining, all full teams. Just 5.5 minutes or so on the clock now. Going to be interesting to see if any of these teams manage to extract. I'd be surprised at this point if they do.
Look top right. We have the Warden. The Warden, I swear, he gets a kill every map. He just gets 1, okay? You make a mistake. Luckily, Alliance able to pick that one up and not take anybody to yellow timer, but Warden trying to join us on the leaderboard.
Yeah, hate to see that, but well recovered for Alliance, and at least the benefit of that is, maybe the other teams don't quite realize that someone's been knocked until late. Oh, interesting pickup. They don't often see a red gun attachment pop up on the side. It's not worth a crazy amount, but just an interesting and unusual thing. The old thermal scope popping up. So we see LFS here taking some big damage. Imperator will put very low. I think it's the Nox discs coming in. Stickinson also on half health in this engagement with DE here, but DE also very low, pulling out the little drones from the Toxic ult there, giving them a temporary health debuff.
Yeah, a lot of util invested in this engagement, so things on cooldown means the fight slows down. Looking for an opening and nobody willing to give it. LFS, DE. A lot of these fights, you'll see them kick off, and then the teams will just full commit because they know if they stick it too long in this fight, third parties could happen, and that's bad for everybody involved. They'd like to finish the fight a lot quicker to make sure nobody else comes up It says, is there any free pickings? Now, Grind has found an angle actually on WLG, so selling goes down. This is Alliance's 7th kill. Talk about an eco round for the ages. My goodness. They desperately needed the points, and they're getting them. 7 kills and plenty more. By the way, for folks that need a little help with the math, remember, every kill is 800K. So they got 7 kill points, which goes to their squad points. They also just picked up 5.6 mil that's going to be in their bank when they get back to the lobby. Ridiculous.
Yeah, also on the topic of those squad points, you see, those squad points, if you want to get points by extracting value, you need 2 million extracted for every 1 point, or 1 kill also gives you 1 point in that squad point total. So, those 7 kills, that's the equivalent of extracting with 14 million in asset value. So, just to give that a little bit of perspective there, we kind of got 2 separate fights really going on here. This is LFS and DE that we're seeing at the moment. Then we've got Alliance and WLG on the other side of the map.
Huge pickup there from FLOORPOV from a distance. Again, these sometimes we talk about AS Val being really valuable. We see AS Val a ton on the map, but some of the LMGs these guys are bringing in hit like a truck. And FLOORPOV showing those in full display, finding an angle from distance, able to take down 1. So LFS down to a duo. Stickinson feels like they've got to run. There's no way they're going to be able to take this fight 2v3, at least not right now until we can get to a better position. But LFS are walking into the welcoming arms of Scooby. He's going to make a play from the backside. WLG was in a different fight, and now they're joining this one. Scooby looking for whatever he can get his hands on, while Oko is nowhere to be found. WLG full split right now, while LFS down to a solo.
Yeah, we suddenly got 3 teams having a scrap here. Quite bitty teams with that player down that we see WLG as they're trying to put some shots on Stickinson. Stickinson's been slaying so far today. We saw picking up plenty of kills in games 1 and 2, but left all on his own now for LFS is going to be tricky. Does pick one up with the headshot on Uspishka though from DE. Just going to slow them down a little bit, but only just over a minute left on this. And we also have an extract going off at the moment. An Alliance currently are setting up by that extract with 40 seconds to go. Their full team there, and no one really contesting it whatsoever, with a whole bunch of loot on them as well.
Yeah, it's a good shout that not everybody at home can see because we're so focused on some of these engagements. You're right, 90 seconds on the clock, but look at the pipe extract. You saw it there for a moment in our overlay. It's at 25 seconds as of current, so they're going to all get out on the north side of the map. Like you said, Ben, this is a huge job from Alliance to be able to recognize when, hey, their time is done. Now, the game clock is certainly signaling that, but to be able to get out, here they are, 10 seconds, they all get out. They pick up 7 kills and some profits to boot. They keep all of the loot that they had on them. Best game by a mile goes to Alliance. Let's see if anybody else can get anything on the map while they all 3 get out. There is not many times where we see a full team extract here on Tide Prison.
Yeah, quite remarkable. I mean, those extracts not often used at all, let alone all 3 going out, and let alone all 3 going out uncontested. See Scooby laying a trap for D doesn't end up working out. Just 2 up for WLG. Scooby and Oko. Oko we saw dropped very early on. I assume Oko has managed to acquire a gun from somewhere at this state, but was looted earlier by DE, wasn't it? It was a kill earlier on from DE. So 2v3 situation, but only 20 seconds on the clock for one of these teams to find a few points at the end. 0 kills for LFS right now, so not a great game for them so far.
Yeah, only 1 for WLG. Scooby finding that 1, but a ton of util landing. The disc coming in full effect. So WLG in deep trouble, but 0 seconds on the clock. I don't think anybody is going to get any more value on the map. There's the timer, and they are done. An interesting last encounter, but nobody gets any extra points, which means I think that Alliance got almost all of the points on the map. I think a couple teams had like 1 kill, and that was it. Alliance had 7, Ben. A huge, huge boon of an eco round for Team Alliance.
Absolutely massive for Alliance. So that's exactly what you want from these eco rounds. You want to get in, get some kills, get a little bit of value, and extract as well. You couldn't ask for anything more. So they'll be very pleased with that. They don't have the Mandelbrick yet, but that's the rounds we're going to go into now. And if they manage to then pick up 1 Mandelbrick, that is going to easily put them ahead of our other teams that have or pick up Mandelbricks as the day goes on. So great work. That's going to be maybe 10 points from those guys with the kills and the value they got as well. 7 kill points, 7 million value. Great work from Grind, Lynx, and Easy there.
Yeah, really well done from these guys. They got 2 full team wipes. They won 2 3v3s and then picked up an extra to boot. So great job from them. They pick up well over 1,200 damage now and 7 mil in assets. That is a great game, and to all extract. Like, you couldn't ask for anything better from them unless they wiped the entire lobby. So great job. They desperately needed it. They got it. They're the best team, no question, in round 3. So as we look towards some of the individual stat lines, you'll definitely see them near top of all of them. And like I said, Dark Entities did end with 2, but really not much else to talk about on this leaderboard at all from round 3.
Yeah, well, that was all about Alliance. 7 kills and a whole bunch of value. So, yeah, not much else really on there. 0 FLC, 0 for Live Success, 0 for Gotaga, 1 kill for WLG and a couple for DE. So, yeah, great work from those guys. That's going to set them up well, give them some confidence as we go into Space City. It's going to be coming up next. That's going to be a Mandelbrick game. And in fact, all of our remaining games today will be Mandelbrick games. We're going to have a few on Space, and then we'll see where we end the day. There is a very unsurprising leaderboard. It is going to be Alliance with 3 Grinds just taking the top, 2 for Easy and 2 for Lynx. Nice work by the whole team there to grab those. But somehow he does it again despite them not getting many kills. It's always Zbyszko being top of the damage. That man just knows how to get damage done.
I mean, Zbyszko surprises me every single time. Like, he finds an assist here for his team. Putting that amount of damage up when the Alliance is picking up 7 kills, you're doing more than anybody else, shows how much work he's putting in for the DE roster. Alliance is not eclipsing him in damage just because they're all doing damage. They're all trading kills. They're all playing together. Zbyszko is just putting up all the front damage for the team, and DE's cleaning him up for him. So very cool and interesting stat lines here. But of course, as the only trio and the only players to get out of the map, certainly earn the top asset leaderboard as well. Grind going to be your MVP, 2.5 million assets and 3 kills. This is a big game for Alliance. He's one of the main reasons for it. Great job from these guys to pick up a great round, as we've been saying over and over again, because they're the only thing to talk about from Tide Prison. Everything else, fairly slow. Everybody else running for their lives when Alliance was just deathballing around the map. Fun stuff there in Tide Prison, but I'm ready for some Mandelbrick rounds, Ben.
Yeah, these Mandelbrick rounds are what it's all about. We're going to see teams bringing out their Tempest, coming out, pushing those bricks. And what I'm always interested to see is what decode stations we end up in. I think which ones get picked totally change the dynamic of how these games play out. So, yeah, we saw, I think, the same one used most times on Space yesterday. Hopefully today we see, a few different ones come in. We're going to have a look at that in just a minute after this next break, and we'll see you very shortly.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat! Lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping off to that.
I'm Easy from Alliance. I'm the captain and assault operator of the Delta Force team. On the first, we have Lynx. He's my little brother and our recon and engineer operator to support the team. On the other side, we have Grind, IGL, and Smoker in our team. Lynx is my brother, so I used to play with him a lot of games before Delta Force. So I basically started to play with him this game. And Grind we found in-game in a random game, and the chemistry was really good between us three, so we kept playing together. The most proud I'm probably of is what we achieved in such a short time. Like, we are scrimming now for, I think, half a year or a bit longer, and we got one time third place at the Pro League, at the Global League, and one time we got the champions. Yeah, that's what I'm mostly proud of it, what we could have achieved in such a short time. There was one time in the last Global League, map 4, we almost got we already got a break. On map 4, we killed the last 2 people from the last team, but it was not enough time to decode the Mandelbrick. That was probably the most depressing moment, I would say. The best moment is, without a doubt, the Global League win of us, when we decoded the second Mandelbrick. Just undescribable in this moment. I'm pretty confident we will reach at least the top 3. I'm pretty confident in the skills of my team and myself. We can... I think everything is possible for us to even the win.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first Mandelbrick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
Not gonna do very much though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
That knocked them off their feet.
There we go. There it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 2, Week 3 here with EMEA. And Groups A and B, we just wrapped up our last eco round. We just wrapped up Tide Prison. And, well, Alliance just wrapped up everybody and sent them back to the lobby. 7 kills from Alliance going into the first Mandelbrick round. They were near bottom of the leaderboard until this Tide Prison map. You're going to see them leapfrog the competition and likely move up to either second or third place, moving into the next several rounds of Space City. Of course, DE will maintain their spot at the top because of their brick. And Alliance, yes, they do jump all the way up to second. Wow, Ben, what a move from Alliance.
It's a really big move because they didn't actually have a ton of squad points before this game. They gained at least 7 squad points in that last match. So, at least... No, 10. I think they had 7 kills plus another 6 or 3 or anyway. They got a whole bunch. They've launched themselves up there. They got themselves ready, and they're ready to take a brick hopefully and see what they can do. By the way, I don't know if you caught that interview there. I didn't realize that Easy saying that Easy and Lynx are brothers. The team of brothers here love this, and they met Grind in a random squad fill game, and they got a good vibe. That's how the team came together. Didn't know that. Really cool to hear.
Yeah, this is what I love about the Delta Force Rise series. We get a chance to get a peek behind the curtain of some of these teams that maybe have been around for a long time. If you're a fan of Delta Force, has been around for a long time, but you don't know all the details about them, the storylines. It's the first time they're going pro in a game like this, so really cool stuff. But we gotta turn our eyes to Space City, folks. Round 4, 5, and 6 will assuredly be on Space City, and round 7 the team in last gets to choose between Space City and Brakkesh. If they do choose Brakkesh, by the way, it is still an airdrop and a Mandelbrick round, which is such an interesting idea to see a new or M82 enter the battlefield potentially on round 7. But we got to get there. We'll see if we do. Dark Entities could close it all out right here. So the question I ask you, Bid, does Dark Entities go ahead and pull the trigger and use one of their Tempests in round 4 to try to close it out? Or because they have this buffer, they can hold on to them for 5 and 6?
Well, that's the $100 million question, isn't it? But no team's committed a Tempest already. Occasionally, I mean, probably usually you'd see at least 1 or 2 teams bring a Tempest into the Brakkesh round to try and get the brick there. But no one did today. They've all got Tempests available. And I would be surprised if D didn't bring a Tempest into this round, to be honest. Then, of course, we're going to see all those Lunas bring board along. There's a lot of Lunas. But actually, Gotaga have used their Lunas already, so I guess they're going to go more for a Raptor style for their recon. And then you tend to see a lot of Stinger. There's our guy used as well, just because of the abundance of smoke, the quick heal. It's just a very, very useful operator. One maybe a lot of people kind of consider being like a beginner's operator choice in public matches, but actually incredibly powerful in these critical Mandelbrick games.
Yeah, I mean, if you just delete Tempest and put Viren, this is the starting comp of all starting players. And usually it's D-Wolf probably if you're at the very beginning, but those have played a ton of Zero Dam, maybe Viren. So it's kind of fun to see that Luna and Stinger are still very much so inside the meta, especially as a duo. The Luna-Stinger duo is so valuable. Of course, we all know why. That Recon Arrow is everything when you're playing through a crazy amount of smokes, especially on a map like Space City. So fun conversations there. But to go back to my original point about tier 1 spawn, so let's bring it back up here as Team Gotaga and LFS pulled what I would argue is the worst tier 1 spawn in the game, which is Tide Prison, because you can't get a tier 1 spawn on Space City. But you made a great point, is that central command building almost feels like tier 1.5 more than anything else, because you can get to the Mandelbrick so quickly if you can get across central command bridge without getting shot in the back or the side. And we know that Westgate is a little dangerous. If the team in Dormitory full sins and the team at Westgate is a little careless, you can get taken down or at least lose one player, and then all momentum to get to the brick first totally goes out the window. So some fun combos right when we start this map.
We've definitely seen teams have issues at Westgate before. I remember seeing Gen got wiped there basically in one of the earlier rounds. Sometimes teams just pick up, maybe take a knock. And even if you don't, or maybe you just take a bit of damage or one knock and you get the res, it just slows you down. And then I think that's often what allows that central command team or the employee passage team to kind of get in for free, because you end up with Westgate and Dormitory having that prolonged fight and everyone else can run in and do their business and get the brick. And getting the brick first, as we saw yesterday, was critical. There was no contest, which is slightly unusual on the bricks yesterday, but the teams who got them first were the ones who got them decoded and got the the Mandelbrick extracts in the end. So we'll see where our players take it today. The other extracts there are a bit more out in the outskirts of the map. Those blue tier 3 spawns, those ones you're unlikely to be picking up the Mandelbrick first, but you don't have to be first to get it. You just got to be in the game.
That's exactly right. Well, folks, it's time for Space City, which means it's time for another giveaway. Get your typing fingers ready. It is time. One more giveaway before round 4. And there it is on your screen right now. Code for 1,000 Delta tickets on your screen. Redeem it as quickly as possible before all activations are claimed. 15 total redemptions. I see some of you saying, well, the code doesn't work. It's because you're too slow. Type it in. Only 15 people get it. The first 15 to type it in will earn their 1,000 Delta tickets. So congrats to those who have already earned this in the past. Good luck trying to get it again. Got to be real quick. But folks, not the last giveaway we will have today. Stay tuned till the end. Got another giveaway coming your way. But for now, if you didn't get your Delta tickets here, try again tomorrow. Here we go. A lot of these teams won't have a chance tomorrow to keep playing, Ben, so let's jump into round 4 and see who's running what. And like you guessed correctly, everybody, no, not everybody running a Tempest, but DE certainly is. They want to close things out right here, right now.
D have a Tempest, and they are contesting WLG, actually one of our 2 teams here that doesn't have a Tempest with them. And they've got a little bit caught here. They've taken a bit of damage. The smoke should be okay, but they need to move for another grenade. Connects. And they've lost 2. Eric hits the double on Selen and Scooby, and that is the worst possible start and that is the tier 1. But first, we've got a little vibe check coming in.
Right now,
See what they got to say.
after my team having practiced a lot of hours, the only thing we consider during the game is to always do what we have practiced, and if we lose, there is no one else's fault other than us.
Fair enough. I mean, honestly, that vibe check from production right after they got wiped and the words that were said is the perfect storyline. That's something they've practiced, and unfortunately, it looks like DE was able to strike perfectly with a well-placed arrow and then a cleanup with some extra util and some shots over the top. And they can't be too mad about it. It happens at Westgate. I think we may need to continue to practice that Westgate entrance, smoke a bit more, play slightly different angles so you don't get caught in transition, but that's a brutal way to kick things off for your WLG, especially because they're already at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, the only little consolation they have there is they are one of the two teams, along with LFS, who didn't bring a Tempest, so at least they didn't throw away, you know, a Tempest there. They also didn't bring in gold gear particularly, so, you know, it's small things, but, you know, those things can come into play later on. That is some of our loadouts there. You can see this is the first game where you're going to see our players bringing in gold gear. Alliance, they are committing a bunch of it. Gotaga committing quite a bit as well. But DE, just sticking with the purple. Obviously, Alliance, they had a whole bunch of money they made on that previous game as well. As we see our team scrapping over the brick here. That's easy getting knocked by Maxa, but that is just a Tempest. And we're going to see plenty of that going on with the old bouncy ropes and getting the easy revive there, the self-revive that Tempest has. There's the Mandelbrick.
Yeah, it was a good job from Team Gotaga to hold brick spawn and actually get the knock before they were able to grab the brick. Oftentimes, Tempest will be able to grab the brick and go back with it. So nice job there from Team Gotaga. But yeah, it was an interesting point looking at those operator comps, and also loot has Max is going to go for it. Tempest ult off cooldown, going to make the play here. We'll see if anybody's able to stop him. LFS. Maybe could peek over the top, or Alliance, of course. Smokes out. They're going to know he's here, but yes, they knock him. Yeah, they knock him, but that doesn't matter too much. Oh, it does matter because, look, Vlad got picked up in transition as well. Yeah. LFS get really aggressive here. You're going to see our Tempest get back up with a self-revive and brick on the ground, not in hand, because they got full knocked there. That was, what a weird interaction. Team Gotaga in a bit of trouble.
This is an awkward split here. They had Nox back up on the bridge. You often see that watching the angle from back there when teams are playing up from this sort of southern route to the brick. But now they have Vladid knocked off to the side there, over by Centrifuge. So I'm not sure how they're going to try and play. That's a nice dash from Maxa to back up. But this is such a horrible place to move around in. Does get down into the hole with a bit of cover, but there's so many angles into this plaza now, and even more now that we have, you know, it's Hudson area, as players call it, the docks area. That also gives angles from behind and a lot of vision through all the bulletproof glass as well. So there's a lot of work to do for Maxa and Gotaga to try and make something happen here.
You can see the Mandelbrick on the ground where it was dropped. Now the question is who's actually going to go for it, as the 5-minute timer is well past 60 seconds now. In general, Team Gotaga still technically closest to it, but not in a position to go for it. Dark Entities, like you said, so far away. I mean, they pulled Dormitory spawn. LFS going to be the one actually going for the brick and able to grab it, just utilizing D-Wolf rather than what would or could have been a Tempest. They go Assault Operator. We're going to save Tempest. We're going to make a play here to be one of the only teams that will have a Tempest potentially in round 6 if we do go to 6. So a great play, and they actually still get bricks, still put it into the decoding station, and back we go to the same decoding station we see very often here on Space City, the one outside of Buoyancy Lab and Centrifuge. Likely you're going to see LFS with control of Centrifuge play inside of Centrifuge, and then also put Stickinson potentially playing Ramp. Ramp is a huge win condition coming up from the south side of the map to get up to this decoding station. So the two fights you'll have to pay attention to right here. You can see it from Evan's screen. Fight over the shipping containers on this side, the eastern side, if you will, the decoding station, and then fighting west or south, which is the ramp. So nice shot there from Evan. But two fights, two fronts, control of Centrifuge as of current. Could see a team even sneak in underneath them in Centrifuge and play the stairs.
This is the decode station that has proved pretty hard to push. Certainly yesterday, teams are struggling to really make a move on it. I wonder if today the positioning of our teams a little bit more off to the east might help them go and counter that. It's normally the ramp that tends to be an issue, particularly when you have a team in Hudson like DE sitting there. It really stops any other teams going up the ramp, as we see Easy getting dropped by Oko, running the axe. Not something you see really used very often, but that gun is deadly up close. But Oko, last one left alive on 1 HP for WLG, and surely Alliance going to finish that off. They are. Another kill on the board for Alliance, and a pretty comfortable res there on Easy from Grind.
Yeah, Grind just smiling at Smirking because they're like, wait, a solo? What? Hello? What is that guy doing? But does get one, so at least WLG gets something on the board for all of the despair that happened at the beginning at Westgate. Finding one is nice. And it also, just remember that one member of Alliance has been to Yellow Timer already. It may come into play in the late game if we get there. But for now, the brick is free with LFS. Nobody really in a position to contest them. Gotaga, Team Gotaga has been able to get a full res now. Vlad's back up onto the map, and they're going to move into that low side I was talking about of Centrifuge. They're going to try to play up the stairs, but that is a fight that usually takes a very long time. For them to make real value inside of Centrifuge, they need pressure from the outside. They need one of these other two teams to start move the direction of the brick.
1 minute 40 seconds left to grab that brick from LFS. This would be such a good result if LFS, but they were able to get this. They came into today sitting right down the bottom of the overall leaderboard, albeit with a game in hand over some of the teams above them. So yeah, getting that brick and get themselves into contention, getting a brick at this stage pretty much, usually will guarantee you at least a top 3, if not a top 2. So that would be huge for them to be able to get some points, and there's not really too long to go on that. Alliance trying to get themselves in position, Gotaga trying to get themselves into position, but again, you can't leave it too late. They do have the Tempest though, and that might be enough to steal the brick.
I don't know. LFS are in such a strong position. Team Gotaga and Alliance need to move at the exact same time, which of course they can't coordinate. So with 55 seconds on the clock, maybe they move in a perfect coordinated fashion, kind of for the sake of the clock, having to play at the same time. Here goes Easy. Gonna be Tempest moving forward, trying to play on the decoding station. LFS not trying to sell the house before they can move out, but at the very least, if they can stop this, which they do, well placed. Nades from the backside, triple blaster, able to get, it looks like, Easy down. And Imperator is being killed by an NPC on the map. What is going on right now? As Team Gotaga now join the mix, they pick up Stickinson. LFS down to a solo, but they've still got the brick. If Evan's able to stay alive, if he can stay on the map, they will get this. And Kobe knows it. He's going to go for it. A lot of util landing, but in the smoke. Kobe afraid, thinking time is waning, but he's got to make a play for it. He can't afford for the brick to go away, and that's exactly what happens. 4 seconds on the clock. He gets the steal. 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, great steal in the end from FLC. LFS really came under pressure there. One of the bots picked up a kill on one of them. Play got another, and they are just down to 1. They got D. Look at this angle from behind. The Havoc support vehicle took out Evan in the end. And LFS, they're whites. It was a good effort, but it's not enough. And FLC have the decode now. 3 minutes on that timer, and they're they're sitting just keeping an eye on things. We've still got 4 teams remaining, but 2 full teams wiped already. LFS and WLG gone from this round.
Couple folks gone. Now the question, who gets the next? LFS, I really liked the play. Remember, LFS did not have a Tempest, so they couldn't use the Tempest ult to go play on the decoding station. Oftentimes when you're one defending, you'll see a Tempest pop ult, push to decoding station the final 20 seconds or so, or a little bit less, and just sit on it so that anybody who tries to sneak through the smoke has to gun you down first, and it just waylays them a little bit longer. But they don't have Tempest. They elected not to use it, which means they have 2 left for the next 2 rounds. Team Gotaga were able to go for it and get the steal.
Yeah, FLC, they're not even there. I thought maybe the HUD was bugging out, but FLC, they stole the brick and then just went on a huge rotation around the map and then just let Gotaga take that for free. So I'm not really sure what the game plan there was. Maybe they just want to let it get traded back and let the other teams fight a bit, but they've decided to go a completely new route. And Gotaga now have the decode with 2.5 minutes left. This is Alliance now coming across DE as they come down this side of the map. Good angles, again, from our damage dealer, Uspishka. He's got the bulletproof glass there, so just getting intel for the time being.
Вдалеке вообще.
Ревью дался. Еще один, 2 на клумбах. Надо и на мандл типа.
Да, вынес его.
Окей, надо будет играть рампу.
Готовы?
Да. Или вообще в идеале мейн. Давай мейн сделаем, забежим просто в мейн. Выпушим их куда-то туда. И мидл нам
Давай.
поможет.
Долго?
Давай.
У меня нет маленького смока.
Ох, я прошел.
Well, here they go. They're going to push up to the brick here. And they've got an opportunity now that the brick has exchanged hands a couple times. Actually make a play to go for the win. A patient playstyle bin that I think is going to pay off. Still a lot of work to do, but they have complete control of the ramp. Team Gotaga has elected to all sit inside of Centrifuge and far on the east side of the decoding station, playing around shipping containers. So they've given away the ramp for free.
It becomes a lot more playable when you have a couple of teams out of the map, like we've seen here, right? That's what's really opened this up and allowed D to move up here and getting good control. They're not taking any shots from the back. It's normally huge vulnerability when you're on that ramp, but not something they need to worry about at the moment. As we see Alliance, you can see creeping in underneath. They're going to get up nearby. 50 seconds left from the decode as they're going to make play for it. DE are going to try and push this as we see Nox taken down by FLOORPOV. Great play, but that is the Tempest knock there. And Uspishka dropped as well.
Yeah, good job there. That's what I was talking about Maxa actually finding Uspishka. All of a sudden, DE are in deep trouble. Fuller able to stay alive for a moment, but he's going to get cut down. Not a full wipe because they do have the self-reviving Tempest, but oh my goodness, it's all hell breaking loose as all of a sudden, Team Gotaga get wiped amidst the chaos to FLC. The wide wrap pays off. Kobe gets there just in the nick of time, and they trade blows back and forth between Alliance who are in the area. So DE down to their solo. The Tempest is self-revived. FLC have lost one. Alliance have lost one. And Alliance in deep trouble now, all low, but they get back onto the feet after ulting Tempest as well. A full team of 3, the only standing full team of 3, is now Alliance as DE lick their wounds and try to get back into this one. FLC technically decoding. What a wild sequence.
So much going on there. That was absolutely wild. Gotaga disappeared. DE have managed to get back up to 2. Their other knock is down sort of in the middle of the decode area. That's going to be a tricky one. FLC look like they're probably going to manage to get their res. They're under pressure, but it is in a resable position. I think they're just moving the body back a little bit at the moment. Uspishka still holding that same angle, that same original ramp approach that they came up from in the first place there. 90 seconds on the decode from FLC. That would be very nice for them. So we saw them grab it, give it up, and then come back and grab it again. But only 4 minutes on the clock here, so we're getting towards that time where you can only get traded so many times before we get in a no brick situation.
3 teams left though, and the team that's currently decoding not in the area. It's a weird circumstance where there's a chance these 2 teams chalk each other and FLC just sneakily get it, especially because they were able to pick up their res off screen, off yellow timer. They also have a Tempest ult available. So watch out for FLC and kind of get into the mix late into this engagement to stall people out and potentially still get the brick, even though they're not technically guarding it. These 2 teams are in a bit of a stalemate, but Alliance with a great flank, easy, a huge wrap. Uspishka, they don't know where he is. We're letting Uspishka get 2 for free. They missed him completely. They thought they were all the way down ramp. And now Alliance, a solo, DE wiped with a great nade actually from FLC Salawa, able to clean up the last remaining member of DE. And this is exactly what I just said. These 2 teams fought each other, chalked each other, and FLC is going to get the brick.
Yeah, FLC have to take the space here. I don't think they realize quite how lucky they just got. The other team's Alliance and DE just absolutely annihilating each other. Uspishka there getting a great double when they couldn't locate him, and surely FLC going to grab this after having a strong start to the game. They're going to grab the brick. That's going to put them on joint. Well, it's going to put them up at the top. Their D probably be top of the leaderboard, but FLC just behind, taking our second brick of the day on Space City.
FLC Different strategies, but they all pay off. Link's going to try to get whatever he can on the map, but in a 1v3, he's only able to knock one and not even get the confirm. FLC do a great job here. Let's listen into their comms, see what they're thinking.
2025, ça va être chaud, sa mère.
Je me casse, je sais pas ça passe.
Comment faire? Oui, comment faire? Tente-le, cours. Nique sa mère. Bien joué, les gars, beau boulot.
J'ai mes brothers.
J'ai un full up. Juste essayer de push les balles en or et les.
Oh, il est 0,59.
Il y a les dog tags. Le gold? Oh, j'en ai un full. Je cours vers toi, j'essaie de te l'amener. Je cours vers toi, j'essaie de te l'amener. Ciao.
All right. Well, Ben, I think they're excited, but also, teed up, trying to make sure that they don't get flanked. They don't know that everybody's dead, not yet. They probably got a pretty good understanding of it as they go sprinting out of here. So I have an assumption that some of those comms were, hey, guys, we got the brick. Go now. At least one of you's got to get out of Test Workshop to save some of the golds that we've got. And that looks like what Salah was trying to do with Kobe as they swing this direction.
Plenty of time for them to get down there, as with normal hard mode. If you're playing pubs, there's just one slot on that bag list, so they can't get multiple out. But they've got time to send one player out with as much value as they can stuff into the rig and safe box and pocket and guns and all the rest of it. You do get to take that with you. You can see they're already on 17 on their total score at the moment. That will adjust when we come out, depending on what they actually managed to leave the map with. But they picked up some kills there as well. 4 kills grabbed. Not too bad. They've got some large items there. I think they'll struggle to fit those in any kind of rig, especially a small one like that. But still got safe box. There's those dog tags we talked about earlier. Good value in those dog tags. Ammo you're going to see shoved in there for a bit of value as well. And reusing. But great result there for FLC. They won one of those two teams we were talking about at the start, FLC and WLG. They've been quite consistent through all their matches so far. They weren't sitting right at the top, not right at the bottom, but able to get bricks and, finish in a decent scoring position. They were, I think, 8th going into the start today with a game in hand on some. So they're going to be very pleased to see themselves up near the top of that leaderboard now for today.
Yeah, again, these mid-pack teams that are 6th, 7th, 8th, on our group stage leaderboard, a huge opportunity to leapfrog their opponents if they're able to get a win or a second place today. It's going to jump them up. The middle of the pack here in group stages is very close. It's a point or two separating each place. So any points you get today should change your spot on the leaderboard pretty dramatically. FLC send one player out with some gold gear, and they get the brick. A great play from them to steal the first brick, to reset the timer at the very least, and it all works out. A great read of the map, a great understanding of where they are safe. They got the steal. They rotated all the way back around the outside of shipping containers, back where the Mandelbrick spawns in mid-map, and they played from outside looking in. This is one of the few times that they did the dirty work, but they also let the other teams fight. A little bit of this kind of double-sided approach of, instead of doing it all ourselves, let's do a little hand-holding. Let's let some of these other teams fight while coming in and stealing just in the nick of time with Tempest. So great job from Kobe, Salawa, and Jax, picking up 4 kills, nearly 3 million assets, but that Mandelbrick, the most important piece by a mile.
Very smart plays from the guys there. Is really interesting to see how they decided to approach that. And then seeing that decode station with a few teams, or fewer teams left alive, certainly really opened it up. There's FLC with 4 kills, getting a good amount of value out, 2.8 million. DE still picking up nice kills there, so that's going to do them some favors on that leaderboard. They have the other brick of the day so far, so that keeps them fighting with the other brick team, with FLC. Alliance also picking up 5 kills. They're getting a bunch of kills today, but they still need to get a brick. This isn't pubs. You've got to get those Mandelbricks if you want to contest those top spots. And every other team that gets a brick, you're getting pushed further and further down that leaderboard at the moment. Here's Fnatic from DE taking 3 kills, Follow with 2, and Maxa from Gotaga picking up 2 as well with our top killers on round 4 on Space City. And top damage, not a Spishka. I'm almost quite surprised, considering we saw a big of a double with that. I think there's an LMG or some big gun with a big mag he was using, certainly extended mag. But there's a Bishka. Top of the assist, didn't get the damage, but top of the assist today. Grind and Easy coming in behind with 2 each on the Team Alliance side there.
Yeah, great job from all of these players, but in general, FLC, the biggest winners and the most assets earned, as they do get 1 player out of the map while also winning the map. So not often are you able to do both, and actually all 3 things, which is kills, assists, get out of the map, and also get the brick. But Flareich still MVP. Raw statistics prove that 3 kills, some damage, some assists, and some assets get you that MVP position. And DE almost pulled off a potential sweep, a potential 4 games done and dusted, as they could have closed it out there if FLC didn't play some really smart strategic Delta Force, folks. See it down below. Make sure you drop a follow on all major socials here with Delta Force and our official esports channel. We are live literally all over the place. There's official esports socials channels that keep you up to date on the Rise series, and also those Twitch channels, Twitch panels down below that take you to the Delta Force Rise series websites that we've been talking about. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, Space City again, 2 teams that can close it out in Game 5.
Members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So, hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweep! And just gotta know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping off to that.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first Mandelbrick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much. Though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Oh, there it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 2, Week 3 here with EMEA. And Groups A and B, a bit of ton of fun. We just wrapped up our first Space City map, and FLC sneak in, steal the brick away at the very beginning with like 3 seconds left. And then a trading of bricks back and forth, steals here and there, and Ben FLC end up with it somehow. It was a wild event of a lot of back and forth, but then letting the other teams fight, and they just keep sneaking in, stealing it, and they finish with it.
Yeah, if anyone at home was struggling to keep up with that, don't worry, we were struggling too. There was so much going on there at one point, but we hopefully stayed on top of it. Here is our leaderboard. So these are the 2 Mandelbrick teams. Of course, they're going to be very firmly stuck to the top there. But D still top, 20 score points, 5 score points behind for FLC at the moment, our other brick team. And then Alliance now with 21. So the most score points on the board. If they can get a brick, that would probably put them in first place. Team Gotaga and LFS also a good amount of score points. Just WLG that we saw, I think it was those guys that got wiped very early last game. They are starting to lag behind quite significantly at the moment. They've got a nice leaderboard position overall, but they're going to want to try and pick up some points. They don't want to be sitting in that 6th place 0-point score, but doesn't matter how many score points you got. If you manage to get a brick, suddenly you're above all those little white lines on the page there, and you're in that top 3. So fight for the brick. We've got one coming up in a minute.
Yeah, 100%. Top 2 teams at the top because of the bricks, but Alliance, top slayers today, 13 total kills throughout the course of the last several maps with 21 total squad points. They're in a great position if they're able to get a brick to move up and potentially steal away first place. But got to get a Mandelbrick to do that. You got to do it in this map. And if Dark Entities or FLC Clan pick up this brick, we are done in 5 games, folks. Dark Entities did a great job last time of almost getting the win in 4. But FLC sneak in and take it away. So we keep playing until a team can get 2 or we go to game 7. I'm loving it. It's time for some more Space City, and it's time to talk about operators as well, because nearly every single team use that Tempest, but not all of them. Take a look. We've got LFS and WLG that will be running Tempest in the next 2 rounds assuredly, whereas everybody else has to choose, do we do it now in map 5, or do we try to kind of hope and pray that we make it to round 6 and use it there when we feel like we'll have an advantage? I have to assume, Ben, that the teams have 1 Tempest left will use it this round, which means everybody will have a Tempest. And in round 6, the 2 teams, LFS and WLG, will still be chilling with a Tempest of their own.
And that's the huge advantage those teams are hoping for if it goes that far. They'll certainly be hoping it does go that far, because neither of those teams so far have a Mandelbrick. So they'll be trying to get their first one in the next game. Interestingly, both WLG and LFS still have 2 Stingers as well. They didn't even bring a Stinger in that last game, so maybe expect the more of a meta loadout of operators from those 2 teams as we go into our next match of the day. We've also seen little Uluru ticked off. Most of our Raptors ticked off there as well. We've got 2 Lunas now unavailable. But remember, if we do get to game 7 today, the final game, if we go the distance, then your operator choices get reset and you can pick whoever you like. So there is only a brief window in game 6 where that advantage of lack of Tempest for some of those teams would come into the hands. You know, go to the advantage of WLG and LFS. This is Stinger Luna Tempest, the classic Space City combo that we see so often. You can see the pick rate there. No surprise to see Tempest up that high, and maybe not quite as popular as Nox on Prison, but definitely more valuable for you trying to take some big points home off the leaderboard.
Well, a fun statistical analysis here would be that, hey, Nox is really popular on Tide Prison because you only play Tide Prison once, right? Here on Space City, we play it so many times that not every time can people use Tempest because we play it at a minimum 3. So some fun notes there about Tempest. But again, Tempest is going to be the meta until the format completely changes. It is the strongest operator in terms of their kit and what they bring to the table moving into a map like this and playing for Mandelbrick. So as we look at tier 1 spawns, I know WLG got Westgate, and unfortunately they kind of got stuck to the line trying to move through the gate. Luckily for them, that won't happen again. I guess unluckily is that was a tier 1 spawn technically, so they will end up either at yellow or blue in our T2 or T3 spawns next time, hopefully able to kind of better their chances this time and move up the leaderboard. But for our teams at the top, when you look at FLC, got a chance to be at Westgate or Employee Passage 2. You also see DE there. So 2 of our teams that could close it out right now could potentially get tier 1 spawns. Who knows? They could both get a tier 1 spawn.
As you say, both those teams at the top of the leaderboard have good options here. Even if they don't get the tier 1s, then those tier 2s are still pretty decent. You know, Westgate is problematic in that last game for WLG, but interestingly, when we were chatting to SkyT yesterday, it didn't seem phased about the idea of a Westgate spawn, said it was very comfortable, you know, where they dealt with it fine in scrims. So, you know, I don't know if there's a foolproof way of getting in through that Westgate, but clearly if there is, WLG have got a little bit of work to try and get that down and try and avoid the barrage of util that comes in. But you know, occasionally we did see one game yesterday, right, where AGARTHA didn't contest it, but we're going to find out what's going to happen at Westgate in just a moment as we dive into our next Space City game of the day.
How much sweet revenge would it be if WLG get Dormitory, DE get Westgate, And WLG do it right back at him. I mean, come on.
Please.
It's possible. The scriptwriters would be going crazy if they do. I am pumped. Well, let's see. We've got to see it here on main. Time to jump into Space City, folks. Could be the last round as we take a quick look at WLG. Oh, they did pull Dormitory. And I'm going to look at our map feed. That's exactly what happened. DE pulled Westgate, but WLG don't want revenge. They're swinging up to Central Command. They're about to get killed by FLC. Oh, no.
We don't see this very often. Dormitory almost always contest that, and WLG deciding not to. They've walked straight into FLC whilst a little bit split here. I just feel it doesn't put you in a great position when you come out of Dormitory early like that. But I guess so often you see that Central Command team rush down south very quickly and cross over, so not maybe expected to bump into them there as we see our Central teams there. You can see how well you can get into the core there, right? When you're not contested at Westgate, you don't have to pick up a revive, you don't have to stand there smoking. DE, they're straight in there now, right next to the brick, along with LFS and Alliances. We're going to hear from Even here.
Before deployment, only that we have in our head is to get confidence as quickly as possible, like to get kills, and after that everything will go smoothly.
All right, get kills and then everything moves smoothly. I like the call out from LFS. Time to see it here on main. Quick notes, we did see that DE, they're doing the exact opposite strategy they did last time. Last time they came with a Tempest and didn't bring in golds. This time, all gold for DE, but no Tempest. They're going to hold it for round 6 to try to close things out maybe in the next one, or hoping they can get away with it in this one without a Tempest. Likely going to see DE play a little bit slower. They made it through Westgate and they're here, but they're not going to make some heroic plays sprinting for the brick right now when there's a lot of teams in the area.
No, expect D to perhaps wait and see what these other teams do with their Tempest. That stick being taken down from way back at Central Command. Such a nasty sniping spot. We all know what it's like getting sniped at from there. And that is FLC picking up a kill on Stickinson from a long way downtown as we see Mispiska trying to find some more damage. Easy dropped as well by Evan there. LFS, who we just heard from, getting the kill on Alliance.
Yeah, I think that's Alliance's. Yes, that was Alliance's Tempest. So they were Tempest ulting to try to go for the brick. So they're going to get back to safety and self-revive. There's Easy back up on his feet. Quick note, you saw it there very briefly. I know some of our chatters are very quick on their feet, so they might have spotted it as well. Uzbishka has brought in the from round 1. Has 2 shots currently in the gun. So watch out for Uzbishka on the map. Top damage dealer maybe for that reason. Tends to be their sniper. And that does a crazy amount of damage per shot. So those 2 shots going to be super valuable on the map, especially as we get later into the round.
I absolutely love that. I feel like he was holding the AWM till everyone else had just forgotten that it even existed and then has brought it back in so late in the day. And game 5 we're on now is, yeah, great. That Orm's been sitting around waiting for an opportunity. And here we are with Uzbishka with the AWM waiting for the opportunity. With very limited ammo, of course. Let's see if we can thread the needle with the Ulu ult there. The things you see these players do with that guided missile is just unbelievable sometimes. When I've tried to fire it, it doesn't do that. I can tell you that for sure. But no one's picked up the brick. No, they have. As I say that, nice. LFS grabbing the brick.
Yeah, Evan, however you pronounce the name. Nice even play to sneak over, grab the brick, and then figure out where they want to go from here. It looks like they're actually going to head interior, so sometimes Space City can get turned around here in a spectator view. This is not the ramp side that we saw last time. They're on the opposite. They're on the western side. So as they move in, they're going to go interior. This is a coding station we only see a couple times in our group stages, and this is one that actually favors a bit of DE's comp. I think DE could have a pretty good play inside. This is one that Tempest ults don't get near as much value with, because as you come running in, you have to run through these crazy choke points. Even while you're Tempest ulted, you go for the steal. Now, Tempest ult's still valuable, but you don't have these wide open spaces to sprint around and go for steals out in the open with a bunch of smokes. You're in a tiny corridor, so if things are smoked, it doesn't matter. People just throw bullets down range, and they're going to hit something. It's a tiny corridor that everybody's going to be playing in. It's all CQB to wrap up map 5.
I really like seeing this one used. This one you normally see traded back and forth quite a lot. It is one, again, as you mentioned, the Tempest is less powerful for dealing with. You're trying to deal with all that bulletproof glass. It gives you good vision on things. You have those two tiny rooms. There's like the Morse code door and the other sort of door with the bench and the lockers. Those are little spots they can use. You can have a team above that room. You can have teams in the main sort of black chamber area itself. So yeah, it gets really chaotic and a lot of angles for our teams to watch there as we try and defend. This is like a target here with Nox sending up the Raptor, one of the few Raptors remaining, just doing a bit of recon there. That is their recon operator choice for this round. And they're going to try and make their way over. We do see a Tempest here, maybe just doing a little bit of research, pushing LFS actually at the top of the stairs here.
Alliance is down below, and Alliance, yeah, they've got the steal nice and easily, so Alliance in control of the brick. We're seeing that pop up on screen, I think, here in just a second. Yeah, there's a look at it from the free cam, confirming the steal. I mean, they were out in the open by themselves in the hallway. I can only imagine they did get it.
Drill charge out.
Yeah, and this is LFS now tucking into that corner. I've seen some wild plays in there before. You know, teams hiding in that little nook, teams hiding in the little sort of side entrance bit to the warehouse there. Definitely, a lot of different ways you can see this one play out. This is Solo, by the way, from FLC. They're still outside of the core area, so they're just over on the north side of the main bridge there, trying to find their route through to the middle. This is Gotaga. They're just looking back across Employee Passage. A very dangerous crossing, as anyone who's played on Space will know. So they just keep an eye on that as they move up the ramp, and then they've got that drop down into the black chamber they can use to try and join the party. Alliance have the brick at the moment. There is LFS, all hiding in this little nook, the little dead-end spot there, biding their time. And that is a very interesting play to see.
Two quick notes. Here's DE. Again, we have two teams on match point. Two teams that can win right here in this map. One is DE, who has not moved an inch from Centrifuge in the position they've been holding since the beginning of the game after getting through Westgate. The other is FLC. They're still up in Central Command, just now rotating over. You saw them like ants in our X-ray in the last perspective we saw. There they are. Look how far away they are through our X-ray vision. Salawa, they're rotating from Central Command over to Printing Room right now. Gonna come down the eastern side of the map. So, yeah, this is gonna be all the teams that don't have the ability to close things out, all fighting for the brick right now. The other two teams staying very patient.
FLC look like they're treating this like me doing a loot run, I think, around the outside, just roaming around freely, staying well away from all the gunshots. But the rest of the teams are near the brick, and even DE now I can see moving in. You can just see them creeping into the side on the mini-map, and here they are. This is Vishka. They've decided to make the move as we get down to 1 minute on the clock. So every team now, apart from FLC, is in the game now, and it's who's going to make that play. People are going to start making moves. We hear the Tempest Assault drop, and it's going to be LFS making the first move here.
Bunch of utility landing, but Alliance maybe overcommitting. But no, they had Grind on the flank. Grind picks up Evan on the backside. Alliance still in control. Well played from them to read this perfectly. As it looks like Selen is going to come in with a Tempest Assault and go for the play as well, but also quite weak. We need to pay attention to the brick. There it is. Didn't hear Selen get through because of all the chaos, so WLG do get the reset. And Team Gotaga going to immediately do the same. I said Tempest Assaults aren't getting a ton of value, and I'm immediately putting my foot in my mouth because that's back-to-back Tempest Assaults sneaking through this hallway. The point still remains, though. It is a choke point. If somebody can hold one angle without being shot in the back, it doesn't matter what ult you've got. It doesn't matter how much smokes are out. It's all going to land square on your forehead, and immediately Alliance just steal it right back.
Yeah, like you say, whilst Tempest did manage to grab the brick a couple of times there, Alliance are then just, as soon as you've bungeed back on your ropes, Alliance can just walk over and immediately take it back again as they were still holding that position. They haven't been cleared out. But what it has done is that has drastically reduced the decode timer down to 2 minutes that one started at. So one more switch and we're down to that minimum decode time of 90 seconds. And that's exactly how much time is left for our teams to try and contest again here as they wait for their Tempest ults to recharge, come charging in again. All teams remaining, all players remaining. No one's wiped off the map at the moment. And FLC, they're currently just on the bridge, just keeping an eye on this from a little way away at the moment.
Now, patience is a virtue here in Delta Force on Mandelbrick rounds, but sometimes you got to take things into your own hands. 60 seconds. We are running out of daylight. To be patient, got to make a move, and DE are here to play. Izbishka going to be in for a rude awakening if he just peeks this, overextends a little bit, but he's got to know the Team Gotaga or somebody's on the other side as more utility comes back their direction. They're going to take their time getting through there. This is good news for the teams that are around the brick. Now FLC showing up and looking like they're finding some action outside of the brick fray. This is great news for Alliance. LFS can't make a play right now because it's Salawa and co from FLC that are making them think twice about every angle that they thought was safe.
Just 20 seconds here left for Alliance to do. You can see in the bottom right there, some little spiders run in. I think these teams have maybe left it too late. We do see WLG getting in close now. That fight outside distract things for a bit, but this isn't even the same building as the Ego push in, having a fight with GOT. But WLG, I think they're going to grab it. 3 seconds to go. Are they going to get it? No!
No!
Interrupted!
What? Wait, did they wipe him?
They wiped.
After all of that, Alliance overcommitted into the engagement. WLG saw that the last member of Alliance was still on his feet, but pushing him, and he barrel stuffs him, takes him down, stops the timer, and gets the steal. Alliance full wiped. Team Gotaga full wiped by DE amidst the chaos. And we still got a game in our hands, and 2 of the 4 teams remaining can close it out right here. Never in a million years is how I thought that was going to go. Alliance getting cut down with less than a second left. An overcommitment from Alliance to try to save the brick on that moment alone, because they knew if they didn't, it would all be over anyways. And Stickinson and WLG, they're fighting back and forth, trading blows. Stickinson's already been to Yellow Timer. He's out of here. DE and FLC are easily in the best spots right now. They just don't have control of the brick, and there's only 35 seconds left.
Yep, 2 3-man teams, but limited time. And FLC, though, they found a freebie here. I mean, they played that pretty much like the last game, right? They did a big old rotation, stay out of the way, come in late. And, you know, sometimes that doesn't pay off, and you get robbed when teams get the brick out quickly, and you're a bit too slow. But it looks like it's worked out very well for them. 2 of our teams, as Goj was saying, could win it right now if they get this break.
Here's a look back on what happened. Selen made a huge play on the outside, and with the help of some other engagements on the backhand, you see 2-3 members of Alliance go down. Easy then just tries to hold, but Selen guns him down. Great tracking to get the pause. But we've got a big fight here about to pop off in just a second as the final couple seconds were shown there on the steals, but only 45 seconds on the clock here, so we have to get back to the action. Kobe able to take down Izbishka. Full array, though, with an in hand as well. Swings over, whether it was a traded maybe they got a second one that I forgot about, but I think they might have just picked it up off Izbishka from earlier or traded it. A trade back and forth between the 2 teams that could close it out, but FLC still in control, so WLG has been doing what WLG has been doing the entire map. Getting another steal, resetting it again.
That is advantage back to WLG. I mean, our teams aren't even really sitting by the brick now. They're all just fighting around this area, and then occasionally someone gets a moment to run over and take that brick and reset it. We still got plenty of time on the match clock, so it can go back and forth a few more times. All 3 of our teams here with all 3 remaining, and there is just 1 member of LFS sitting around somewhere as well, but 3 3-person teams. AWM's in play. Some good gear here still as well. Some good, very healthy gold armor. I'm surprised they've managed to get that to this stage of the game, remaining so healthy. But just 50 seconds left for WLG to get this brick. That would be a huge result for them. And that would, of course, stop the match ending. If it goes to FLC or DE, that's it. That's game over. They're going to win the day.
WLG.
The rocket fuel there.
Yeah, nice. They've been the team at the bottom of the leaderboard all day today, and now they have to be the heroes of this match to keep us playing longer. Alliance, Team Gotaga, both desperately cheering on WLG right now to hold and take this brick. Game clock starting to become an issue. FLC looking for a steal here, but DE looking for a lot of the same. A lot of util landing, 8 seconds on the clock. DE find Kobe in their sights. Kobe using Tempest can't get there in time. It's gotta have to be DE to go for the stick. Full array goes down. WLG's gonna get it. They can't get there in time. WLG get the Brick hold the line, take down Full Array, and keep this match alive. We still got a game on our hands.
That is huge for WLG after getting wiped early in the last game at Westgate and then coming back in now and getting the Brick. Huge result for them. Really well played. There's 3 different teams now that have Mandelbricks as we watch the last remaining member, Oliver of LFS. Even here, might have to go back into that fight, fighting all of DE, well, the 2 remaining members of DE. And we've still got 3 members of FLC knocking about. They're going to be picking up as many points they can get. It's actually our 3 teams with Mandelbricks that have players remaining at the moment, and any extra points they can get or value is going to be very useful for pushing them above those other teams that they're tied with currently.
That's a great shout. Salawa able to clean up Full Array there. Goes to yellow. Flarich can't pick up the res because he hears the footsteps of the impending doom that is FLC. Using the doors for a little bit of cheese to try to get some info. WLG have picked up their res, so they're a duo as well and feel like they've got an advantage over the top side of this fight. But Uzbishka still doing what Uzbishka does best, which is outgunning his opponents. Finds Selin, WLG, Scooby, last alive for his roster. Well, FLC try to figure out, do we want to full send this? Do we stay patient and wait for a good opportunity?
3 up still here for FLC. They got 4 kills on the board, so decent amount of points. I can imagine D have got a few. They got 4 again. They got the wipe on Gotaga earlier on, and I guess a lot of others have been traded back and forth. We see Jax taken down by Uzbishka yet again, doing more damage. And that is going to be putting them from the back foot. 2v2 Scooby coming down behind from WLG. Gets another.
Uzbishka is him, man. This guy has been in the comp scene for a very long time here with Dark Entities and has found his way to highlight reel play after highlight reel play. A flank, person in front, doesn't matter. He's winning the gunfights, and he's not done yet. 60 seconds on the clock. He needs to hunt something or someone down to get some extra value on the map. DE doing a great job to maintain their top spot on the leaderboard, despite the fact that WLG have snuck this last brick in.
Uzbishka here running around like a man possessed to try and get more kills. Was that Fleric getting the revive there and getting the knock on Selin there. So that's 1 more on the board. As we see Soloway here going out at Bagless. It's going to be our only player to extract. That's going to be a member of FLC, getting a little bit of value out for them. That's going to be some more useful economy they can bring into the next game and potentially an extra point or 2 perhaps, as we see a little replay here.
Flare is showing us we're getting picked up. Oh, Selin. Oh, no. Selin lost half his HP falling down. I was like, how did he win that so easily? He didn't even get his gun up. He broke his legs falling down from the ladder. But FLC, Salawa, you called it out perfectly. It gets a lot of value there for getting out of the map. Actually the only player to get out of the map. But also gets out of the map with full gold that they brought in. So we'll be likely one of the few players that has full gold going into what will be round 6. But look, WLG, things went horrible for them in our first Space City map. And in the second, they played near flawlessly, just taking the moment by the horns, taking the bull by the horns and saying, we are going to get this brick no matter what. We steal over and over and over again until either the game clock goes to 0 or that brick is ours. And that's exactly what happens. A great hold there, especially in the last 3 seconds when DE almost were able to steal it away and have it back in their possession.
Yeah, no questions from me about that decode position there. I love it. It just goes back and forth so much. I really enjoy the fights you get there as we see our best team is WLG from that round 4 kill points, nearly 900 damage, and of course the Mandelbrick decode. Great work from Selenoko and Scooby there. Great comeback. Love to see the redemption arc from round 4 from their Westgate spawn in that game. DE grabbing 7 kills in the end with that rampage from Uzbishka. They were on 4 not long near before the end of that game. So great work picking up some more points there. 4 on the board for WLG, and of course with the Mandelbrick as well. 4 for FLC as well, and then just the 1 for Living for Success, and none on the board for Alliance and Gotaga in that game. Gotaga not having the day they would like to have, given some of their earlier successes in other matches so far in Rise.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great shout. Team Gotaga a bit underperforming today. They've been playing fairly aggressive, been playing some nice team fights. They just haven't won this time around. They've been losing some uncharacteristic losses in team fights, is putting them near the bottom of our leaderboard now, even though they were a top 3 team on our group stage leaderboard. Dark Entities, though, use Bishka, top damage dealer for a reason. Listen, this is my first weekend with EMEA, and I'm having a blast watching all this action, man. It feels like EMEA is playing way more aggressive than they did in the past, and I love to see it from all of these gentlemen, not only, of course, Dark Entities, but even WLG and even Salawa there from FLC finding his way to top some of these charts. But Full Array able to pick up nearly 630k or so in assets, but use Bishop, going to be MVP with a couple nice solo kills and some decent assets in the safe box. Great job from this gentleman to maintain the top spot on the leaderboard despite WLG getting the brick and despite DE barely missing out. They still picked up a crazy amount of points in that map and therefore will be in first place going into the next one, Ben.
A very strong performance from WLG getting the brick, and for DE, they play to the whistle, play to the end of the game because every point is critical. So really nice to see him push it on there, and getting those points could be vital. We're going to find out in the next game just after this short break.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute swing! And he's got to know they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's going to be hopping off that.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much, though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
That knocked them off their feet.
There we go! There it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 2, Week 3 here with EMEA, and Groups A and B has been a banger, man. They have been fighting non-stop as we move our way to Map 6. Back to Space City we go again. 3 teams, half of our lobby on match point, and half of our lobby desperately hoping that we go to Game 7, Ben.
Yeah, a couple of games potentially still to go. One of those is going to be on Space. If we get to Game 7, that could be on Space or Brakkesh. But here's our current leaderboard. 3 teams now on Mandelbrick, so they're going to all be sort of in the top section of the table. That's going to be DE holding the top spot at the moment with a clear 8-point lead in squad points. And a big gap in the kill points there. 19 is the highest of any team on that leaderboard. 20 puts FLC in second, and WLG, our most recent owners of a Mandelbrick, sitting in third place there. A little bit behind on points. They'll need to catch up if they want to get further up that leaderboard, but still a great result for them. As we see our map rotation, that is going to be Space up next, and this is our operator picks. Interestingly, 3 different teams in No Tempest there: Alliance, FLC, and Team Gotaga. 2 of those teams, Alliance and Gotaga, don't even have a Mandelbrick yet, so that is a tough one for them to take. DE and WLG, they have Mandelbricks and have a Tempest going into this. They will be using them because operators are reset for the next game.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the perfect call out, is that the gamble that DE has made over and over again with their comps on whether or not to use Tempest and whether or not to use Golds mostly has paid off with the way they thought it would go, aside from the fact they didn't get the brick on either of the other 2 times. But moving into round 6 with one of the few Tempests on the map is a huge boon when you're already a match point team. So keep that in mind. Now, we do see DE get tier 1 spawn. So as they move into the next one, the question is, where do they go from here? Are they going to get Central Command and have another good play over to the brick? Or will it be WLG that gets there first? As WLG, they came from dormitory last rep. I thought they were going to get caught down from battling over at Central Command with FLC, but that fight didn't really go anywhere. And so WLG eventually made their way and then got the brick and were able to make the big play. So fun combos around Space City. Every map plays different. That's why we love Delta Force in the Delta Force Rise series. But here's a look at Alliance over in dormitory this time around, looking to hopefully get involved on what will be FLC at Westgate.
It doesn't look like FLC are going to get the free passage.
Oh my goodness.
This is actually a fight down at employee passage, as we see WLG caught on the cross across those pipes. They're always pretty sketchy. That was LFS picking that. Does look like FLC are going to make it through Westgate uncontested. I can see one of Alliance is chasing them pretty solidly through the back. That's Grind trying to find an angle through Westgate there. Might manage to pick up a shot, but that is going to be pretty much a 3v1. As we see the other Alliance, they're actually coming around the north. That's really interesting angle you don't normally see. But DE, they're already in the middle here.
I'm telling you, I'm loving EMEA, man. This is fun to watch. We're getting really aggressive to kick things off. Grind got very weak there, but able to stay alive. Then coming from the dormitory side. And yeah, DE actually the first to lose a player in transition. Here's a quick look at the gear people were able to save and bring in. FLC with 2 in gold, LFS with 1, WLG with 2 with gold with a Tempest. WLG may be in the strongest position in terms of overall kits and meta comps to be able to play for a win here after all that they've been through. To be a wild back-to-back bricks for WLG if they could pull it off. DE, no goals. They used those earlier, but they do have a Tempest like we've talked about.
They absolutely do, and that's going to be vital for them, certainly in terms of acquiring the brick in the first place. And not just about acquiring the brick, you've also got to think about where you're going to get their decodes. You often see our teams have some of their teams sort of holding a decode area while someone grabs the brick, and it is Vlad grabbing the big brick for Gotaga. No Tempest for them, and is dropped in the end and just trying to crawl away. They've got some smoke down, but that was Scooby from WLG who got that. It'd be interesting to see where Vlad gets to. Okay, it's kind of in a little bit of no man's land there.
Yeah, that is brutal. Honestly, a risky play from Team Gotaga. Without Tempest, going for a play like that, just thinking we got here first, and therefore we should be able to grab the brick before everybody looks this direction. But no, WLG in the area. WLG making sure nobody able to get the brick for free. The brick's on the ground, though. It was pulled out of the spawn, which means Uzbishka is going to immediately grab it, utilizing Tempest. Dark Entities with a Tempest on the map is real scary, and they move all the way back to the tried and true classic. Back to the same decoding station we've seen over and over and over again. Centrifuge is the name of the game here for DE. They're going to hang out inside of it. That's the building Uzbishka just walked inside of. Once they're healed back up, once they get a lay of the land, could see Uzbishka try to hold ramp.
DE in a strong position here. They came into today in a strong position on the overall leaderboard. They were sitting, I think, 4th with the game in hand on top spot, of course, from our games yesterday. So, yeah, if they can get this second brick, in fairness, any of those 3 teams with the brick already, FLC, WLG, or DE. If they take a 2-brick win today, they could well see themselves certainly right up in that top 3 on the table. And for DE, they've got a good chance of hitting that top spot. Potentially, Vlad is still down. This is Team Gotaga. We can see we got Nox here. And yeah, they got 2 of the Maxer and Nox, both back on the bridge. So yeah, I think Vlad's been left out for the Vultures for the time being, as we see Fola right here watching that ramp. And then Fluric and Uspishka just holding inside upstairs in the centrifuge there.
Using the Allure rocket to get some intel. In Alliance, doesn't have a Tempest, doesn't have a Luna, running double Engineer and Toxic. So gonna have to use those rockets for intel. And it looks like Alliance is making a huge wrap all the way around. Could play ramp side here. May get picked up in transition by Team Gotaga. They're actually gonna take Zip and meet Team Gotaga as Nox takes Zip as well across the board. Gonna meet up with Alliance. A fight at Harbor while the brick is being decoded.
Two separate teams here, well away from the brick, which is D on match point at the moment with just 2 minutes remaining. And yeah, Alliance and Gotaga, 2 of our teams without a brick. They could very much do with being in the Mandelbrick fight, but they're going to have to close out this one first. It's going to be hard for, for Gotaga certainly to extract from this situation because of the nature of that zip. Can be pretty challenging to get back across. They also have no smokes because they've just got an Uluru. Yeah, they don't have any smokes on their team there. So that's going to be an interesting one. D here, they've still got 3. They've only got about 90 seconds left on this brick here, but WLG and FLC, LFS making their way down as well. The other 4 teams, they're in the area, but there's not a lot of time left here.
Yeah, also this is best case scenario of where the fight potentially is taking place at Harbor, because that means Fulleray, yeah, he's got to watch ramp for a second, but once the chaos kicks off, nobody's going to be coming from the south side.
Yeah.
Team Gotaga and Alliance are chalking each other, so ramp is free for now, and Fulleray could turn his attention back to what would be the chaos from either the stairs underneath or shipping containers where WLG is coming in from. 60 seconds on the clock. Now Team Gotaga's backed off. You're going to see Alliance pop up on ramp side. There they are. Look at minimap. They're actually electing to not go ramp. They're going to go through mid-map, but we got to turn our eyes to attention of the main screen here while Fulleray goes down. DE actually in trouble, and LFS able to sneak in and grab the steal. Fulleray still potentially being res, and that steal will just reset the timer for everybody else to try to make a play for the brick. I'm not sure what Fulleray was trying to do. Was maybe thinking he was hidden, and he wasn't, but able to crawl all the way back inside. That's a nice win.
Yeah, good little steal from LFS there. They did lose Stickinson in the process, but I think probably Revival. Yep, revive there by Imperator. So they're back up to 3 as we see D trying to get the revives done as well. But they're coming under pressure here. They do get the revive. And with those Stinger quick heals, that's going to help Fulleray get the heals back up. As Bishka needs to get those little drones out of them to improve their health after the Toxic ult. And that was Alliance, as Ghost points out. They disengaged from that fight. Gotaga backed off from the Hudson fight there. That let Alliance come up. I thought they probably got the ramp. They instead went inside, and they've come up and taken control of the building. That's then forced D. Now they're just going to control this ramp instead, which at the moment they're safe from behind, but things can change very rapidly, as we've seen so far today.
Yeah, we talk about ramp being a win con, but it's a win con if you control Centrifuge. They now control nothing. All they have is ramp. Means they're out in the open, and these Allure rockets certainly will spot them as they come through. So Alliance get a free steal, complete control of the decoding station right now. So now your big question is, okay, if I'm FLC, if I'm WLG, look at where they are. I mean, they're all the way up in test range. They've got some sort of a read, potentially from Morse, maybe? Getting a read on LFS on the backside of them, so they're worried about that engagement rather than the brick for now. Interesting fights happening right now. It looks like Team Gotaga's finally getting at least some shots down range to let DE know where they are.
Yeah, once again, we've got another sort of 2-team fight going off separately, or at least about to possibly happen. As you say, WLG and LFS, they're quite close together in that employee passage test range area. Certainly leaving the brick well alone for the time being, as Alliance have control still. 2 minutes on that decode. Uzbishka here from DE. They're pushing up from inside the building at the moment underneath, but they might try and take another route. They've got the Tempest there. They've got the ult ready should they choose to use it, but yeah, pushing up through this little stairwell in this bulletproof glass can be pretty tricky. I'd expect our other teams to be starting to get involved now. 1 minute 40 on the clock.
Interestingly enough, this is what I was talking about. DE had ramp, but that's all they had. So they elect to go back down and play this stair fight inside of Centrifuge, which is the exact play that Alliance made just a moment ago. So just trading positions. I prefer the top side of this engagement. The problem with it is that if you start getting shot from the outside, you know that's the signal flare for DE to push up the stairs. They're going to wait until they hear some shots from either WLG, FLC, who's in the area. Look at LFS. They've made a gigantic rotation. We briefly saw them there on the map. You can see them in X-ray. They're all the way around the outside of the map over by Westgate. So watch out for them here in a little bit. But 60 seconds on the clock as Alliance playing around Brick right now have tucked away in this cubby while WLG kind of gets stuff to the line. And they're going to waste that Tempest ult. That's going to be on cooldown for a while now with only 48 seconds on the clock. Pretty good spot right now for Alliance.
WLG have backed right out of that. They've completely abandoned that push and fallen back to the other side now. So all went calm. I thought that was going to be a good opportunity for our teams with that third party as we see LFS underneath. And this is FLC looking at ramp, but they're running out of time. These teams need to get in there. Some util has been used. There's been a couple of fights going off recently. Yeah, and here's the push. Alliance losing one. Grind's gone down. DE right in there. And they're surely going to get still less. LFS, no. Dropped by the rocket. That was Lynx with the rocket on Uzbishka. And Alliance, are they going to lose it? 10 seconds here.
No way. Lynx actually was able to get the stop on Evan. They've got it. Alliance got this brick 100%. Would need to all die, and one goes down. Where's the rest of Alliance? So Lynx not making the same mistake, but just enough time. It went to like 0.5 seconds. A steal and more action. Alliance get wiped, and yet again, they go down with half a second.
Oh my god.
All I heard was close. Close, and that's exactly what I was thinking.
Close doesn't even begin to describe it. I think that was genuinely a 0 on the timer. I think it was so tight there. And you know, that's what it comes down to in these events. Incredibly fine margins, and Alliance wiped in the end there. Brick now with LFS, one of our teams that doesn't currently have a brick, and they've got all three remaining. Still plenty of time in that match timer, so there's plenty of time for it to go back and forth as we're actually sort of fighting way away from the brick here. This is FLC and the two remaining members of Gotaga. Just have a little engagement down the plaza. And then we got LFS and DE up by the brick with WLG. I can see on the map feed. It's just a little bit further to the north right now.
I cannot believe Alliance again robbed in the final second. DE though, full array, brought in the arms, 2 shots left in it. He was able to strike one down. Imperator down and likely not going to get back up onto his feet. But still, LFS technically control of the brick. Look at WLG moving into the range. Evan tucked into the cubby. Stickinson in mid. Let's see what they're able to do. DE in a great position right now, but here comes WLG. They don't want to leave anything up to chance. They're trying to get really active here, and Selen just going to go for it. Selen's going to be their Tempest operator. He's prone down, and Stickinson can't find him. He gets it through the smoke. Stickinson shooting a hair too high, not expecting the prone potential. And Selen resets us yet again.
Great little steal by Selen there from WLG. Love to see that as we see FLC here. LFS pushing in. We're losing players at a rate of knots here. That is FLC losing 2 and LFS wiped. They are gone.
Evan almost picked up a 3-piece on FLC, but LFS are out of here. Alliance out of here. There's 4 teams left, and only Team Gotaga could potentially push us to round 7. The rest of the teams that are alive could close it out right here. Yeah. FLC able to pick up a res. DE going to go for a steal yet again. It's going to put us to 90 seconds. They've got it. 90 seconds on the clock, and it'll continue to be 90 seconds for the rest of this match. Only Team Gotaga can push us to round 7, folks. It is more than likely, 75% likely, if all things are even, that we are done in these 5 minutes in this match. Here we go. Could be over in Game 6. The question is, who will win it all?
Our only other option is potentially if no team gets a brick. There's so long left on the timer, right? 5 minutes left. That can get traded back and forth. But we could see a denial potentially could push us on. But 3 teams with 3 operators. Gotaga, I mean, they're two very strong players, Nox and Maxa. They've been kind of just roaming around the map trying to figure out how they can get an opportunity here. But Nox, our top fragger on the kill leaderboards going into today. So don't write them off. They may have an opportunity here, but the odds are definitely not in their favor as we see Maxa getting the knock on Folare there. That's going to even out a little bit. DE losing one. They got brick 25 seconds.
25 seconds on the clock. It's going to come down to FLC to make a move. Team Gotaga. Remember, they don't have a Tempest. They can't go for the steal in time utilizing a Tempest ult. They're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, which is to wipe the teams or just win the map. Here goes Jex, FLC, trying to make a play, and he didn't get spotted. He sneaks through, FLC get the reset, and Scooby able to take down Uzbishka. Dark Entities felt like they were in the best position, and now they're down to a solo. It's just Flareich alive. Can you believe it? DE in a blender again amidst the chaos. Flareich in server room battling for his life against a full team of 3 that is WLG. How could you possibly get out of this alive? You won't. WLG take down DE. We're down to a 3-team battle. FLC, a trio on the outside in control of the brick. 60 seconds on the clock with WLG on the inside. But all 3 up in Team Gotaga, the top slayers. Deadly with a weapon, but without a temp, it's going to be difficult for them to get a steal. They got to wipe the lobby. They've got to win some engagements here.
Still fighting 2 full teams there, 2 3-man teams with DE dropped out of the lobby. Some good shots on Silo there from Maxa, but not enough to get the knock. The WLG, FLC, they're very close together. It only takes a couple of knocks being traded, and then suddenly Gotaga might be able to run in. And tell you what, he might be able to run in and sneak this side. They're
sending it.
I think they're definitely wet, but they're going to give it a go. What else can they do? They might grab this.
Oh my gosh. Nox with a great angle to hold Kobe. He gets the cleanup with Kobe as well. FLC down to a duo in deep trouble. Incendiary lands. A ton of damage out. Salawa able to sneak out and stay alive. Both of FLC in trouble. And Team Gotaga go in for the steal. They get it, but they lose Moxa. Was that a bit too early? As Nox is a solo? I think so. This is looking like a WLG win. They're the last team of 3 on the board, and they've got complete presence around the decoding station. Jack's in deep trouble. If he can trade out any, no, can't get anything. Down goes FLC. It's WLG, last trio alive against the hero of Team Gotaga, Nox. He's got to have the biggest moment of his Delta Force Rise Series career right now if he wants to stop WLG from winning it all right here.
If WLG want to win this, they've got to do it in the next 25 seconds. It's going to take 90 seconds to decode this brick. They are just 3v1, but they've got to do this. If that goes past 1 minute 30 on the match timer, that brick won't, well, that's not going to go, and they won't be able to claim the win this time. 3 still up. They've got to push. Just a few seconds left here.
7 seconds. 6, 5, 4. Pay attention to the game clock. It's 90 seconds. They gotta get a steal right this second, and they get it.
Wow.
A minute 27 versus a minute 29. Nox able to take down 1. A 1v3 turned to a 1v2. But that was WLG's push. Selling their Tempest. Gonna get a self-revive, no problem. A 1v3. And there's no way, without anybody else on the map, that Nox could even go for a suicide steal to push us to game 7. It is bang or bust. You gotta go for broke. And Nox somehow has to take down a team of 3 by himself with nobody else on the map. What a wherewithal play. What great resilience. And a mind for the game for WLG to pay attention to the game clock, not the decoding clock, to make sure they have time for this reset. A 3-second difference, Ben. WLG should have this.
They absolutely should, but we can't write off Nox until we get to the end of this game. He's still trying to find an option, but WLG just sitting stationary there, waiting for the opportunity. I think they must realize at this point they're likely fighting 1. Maybe they think it could be 2 potentially, but yeah, they're just going to try and hold this. They've got 15 seconds left. Scooby sitting, watching the brick, Selen holding that back angle as the Morse ult drops. Going to get the scan and the read here, and this is going to be a last push from Nox here.
4 seconds. 3, 2, Not gonna full send. Can't do it by himself. WLG have won, and they've sniffed him out as well. Game clock elapsed, but they get the brick with 3 seconds left. WLG was a mid-pack team, and they're going to join some of the top teams on a group stage leaderboard after a fantastic win. After a brutal start, WLG turned things around. Unbelievable resilience from these gentlemen. When everything went upside down, they said, no worries, GG's, let's run it back. We'll get them in the next one, and that's exactly what happened. Closed it out in 6.
And for a moment, let's just focus on how WLG came into Space City. They got wiped immediately, very early on in that first Space game, and then they've done back-to-back bricks. As we see the best team coming up, WLG, Cell and Scooby and Oko getting 5 kills there as well, and getting a little bit of assets out. But that was a huge bit of work from those guys. What a comeback from that first Space game. We saw WLG with the 5 kills. DE grabbing 3, FLC grabbing 3, 2 for Gotaga, 1 for Live for Success and Alliance. They were so close to getting the brick. The 0 kills, they almost doesn't do them justice. They were less than a second from getting that brick, but it didn't quite work out. And Scooby here, top killer, 4 round 6, Soloa on 2, and then Floric from DE grabbing just 1 kill there.
Unbelievable, man. Looking this one back, FLC, WLG, DE all put up wild numbers. Salawa picking up nearly 1,000 damage of his own. Flairich picking up a couple assists. Foolery the same. Salawa just on every leaderboard. But at the end of the day, it was WLG that reigned supreme. What a wild turn of events. Quick look at the assets. Really not much to write home about because nobody made it out of the map. It was a battle till literally the last 3 seconds. FLC, decent amount of value, but Team Gotaga almost had a hero play. They stopped DE, that's for certain, but they couldn't stop WLG as well. Scooby picks up MVP with 3 kills and some solid damage. My MVP is their Tempest operator, Selin. Made so many crazy steals right under the noses of some of the folks that held the decoding station. But in general, this was a team effort. WLG did a fantastic job to close it out as a team. Back-to-back bricks on Space City to close it out in 6, Ben. What a finish.
Going to be really interesting to see the leaderboard after this. WLG so far in their first 3 games, I'm pretty sure they had a 4th, a 3rd, and a 2nd. And now, well, they've rounded it off and they've got the 1st place. So that's going to get them a whole bunch of points. That'll get them 10 points, right? The 8 points plus the double Mandelbrick. So 10 points. That's going to lift them up well up from that mid-table position where they've been sitting and put them in a very strong spot going into the rest of the competition. Obviously, more games coming today, but that is WLG's first wins, first big win match, double Mandelbrick of Rise Season 1 so far.
Yeah, 100%. Very well done from WLG. I can only expect to see Dark Entities in 2nd, by the way. That's going to be a really good spot for them on the leaderboard as well. They were already a top 3 team, so a great job from those guys picking up a brick, and 2nd place most likely based on the amount of kills that they had over the course of these 6 games. I don't get to do this very often, but a little peek behind the curtain. We all know that there's a competitive integrity delay. I've been watching back this game, and chat has been going insane on some of the highlight plays from Game 6, especially when Alliance just barely missed out. Can you believe we were quite literally a cumulative 2 seconds away from Alliance having 2 bricks and being done with this competition on top, and they found themselves with 0 bricks. 2 seconds is the difference between being bottom of the leaderboard or being the team in first. That's how crazy and cool this double Mandelbrick format is. And we've got a lot more I'm sure we'll see from Alliance in future competitions. Today, not their day, a little unlucky. But for the team that was lucky and the team that, frankly, skillfully was able to succeed, let's bring in for an interview here with WLG, our champions in day 2 of week 3. We've got Oko. Man,
Hello.
you have been so much fun to watch. Your reactions, pump up, preparation. How does it feel to sneak out this win with back-to-back bricks?
Thank you. So first and foremost, I want to say that you played my clip on the Twitch, and it's so unlucky timing that everybody was laughing in the chat, but I'm standing on my ground, and I mean what I say, that we are so in it. We are ready. Yeah. Yes, and we proved it today. I'm so happy.
100%, Oko. You put the point so perfectly in that clip, right? You said no matter what happens, we can rely on what we've worked on, right? We know we've practiced enough for this. We know we can succeed, and you did it. How does it feel to have that crazy, unfortunate moment in map 4 and then go back-to-back bricks and win on Space City?
I will tell you. Unfortunate moments can happen to everyone in the team. It's a bit RNG, to be honest, with the current format, but it's all in the mindset. If you let the bad things get you down as a team, you will never come back to the game. And even if when my teams died, the first thing we said is to Oko get as many points as possible. And even in that situation, we got 1 kill, and that's all that matters. Even 1 kill is enough to bring you back in the game.
Yeah, it's such a great mentality to have. I really love that. After, you know, that low of the early wipe and then back-to-back bricks was crazy. Obviously, a great dynamic between you and your teammates. Have you guys been playing together for long? Bit of a background on, you know, how you came together as a team.
So we played first tournament. We played the DFGL, and we did very good, but we never delivered on the win to go to finals. We were a new team and we didn't have the confidence in the comms to bring the win. But now here we are and we can prove everyone that we deserve to be here.
100%.
What's the number one thing? What's the number one reason why you guys are so confident in yourselves and why you were able to win today?
We are consistent. We are consistent in our work, our plays, our team fundamentals, and if something happens and we choke, it's nobody's fault. It's just on us. There is no excuses. Defeat is not a loss. It's always a lesson, and we are here because we learned every lesson in the way.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, that's great to hear. And do you think you need to, is there anything you guys want to try and change or adjust as you go into your next games? Or do you think you've got it locked in now and you're just going to focus on, you know, trying to repeat today's performance?
What I can say for a fact is that we have a lot of secrets and tricks that we have never shown yet. But
you don't have to tell us.
Make sure to stay tuned. We're going to be here. We're on top of the competition, and we're going to deliver every time.
I love it. Oko, what a joy to have you, man. Keep being expressive, keep being yourself, and keep believing in your team. I love seeing it. The floor is yours. Anything you want to say to fans, your team, haters, what you got? Anything is on the board.
No, nothing. My play show it. My team show it. There's nothing else to say. I'm just enjoying that I'm being here. And thank you, everybody, for this tournament and this opportunity.
Cheers, Oko. You're a joy, and good luck in your next match, my friend. You certainly earned a big win today.
Thanks, Oko.
All right, that was Oko, champions WLG. Ben, what a pleasure to talk to a guy like that. He is just happy to be here, but also truly believes in his team. And that type of resilience, that type of confidence in your team is exactly what you need when things go completely upside down. So a good shout there from Oko. I think a lot of lessons we can all take away.
Yeah, just a great attitude. I love to see that from players. You know, there's a real camaraderie there. There's no blame. And that's a really positive way for, you know, any group of people working together, is to try and, you know, learn from when those mistakes happen. It's, you know, how can we develop from that? And, you know, such a good example of that shown today, to go from that position they were in to take the double Mandelbricks and to get the win. Huge points on the board, and still plenty of days left in this event for them to keep working their way up the leaderboard. As we said, they've been so consistent so far.
100%. Well, folks, there's a lot of great things that have happened today for WLG, but we've got one more final giveaway for you all at home. Some of you have already been doing this, but it's your chance to win 3,000 Delta tickets. If you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, simply enter the giveaway by typing !giveaway in the chat to enter. And if you're watching on X, you can repost the live stream. We'll announce the winners in chat on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. And if you're watching on X, we'll announce the winner in the comments under the live stream. So good luck. Type in !giveaway if you're here in our live stream channels on the main social platforms. A lot of fun for you all at home to hopefully win some Delta tickets. But Ben, we got to take a look at the final leaderboard, because these points matter, man. And Dark Entities slayed out the lobby, so they're able to pick up the second place position quite comfortably.
Yeah, they are. They've got so many kills today. 22 is pretty huge, 31 squad points, but it shows the importance of that second Mandelbrick. First place for WLG, second for DE, third for FLC, and then Alliance, Gotaga, and LFS making up the rest of that leaderboard. So that's going to be a very good day at the office for three of these teams, really. WLG are going to jump up from that mid-table position with a big haul of points. And DE, one of their closest competitors so far at the top has been Gotaga. So that's going to put a few points between those two teams when we see the main leaderboard shortly. But as we've seen in all the EMEA games, loads of kills from everyone.
Oh my goodness. KD leader is Flaret, and killer or top slayer is going to be Flaret as well. That is 8 kills. Top damage, it's been Uzbishka, it stays Uzbishka. 2,500 damage there. Salawa did pick up a total of 7.8 mil on the day, so nice job from him. But Flaret, MVP of the match, albeit the team didn't win. They did get second place, and it was mainly at the back of this man right here. 8 kills, 7 assists, nearly 2,000 damage, and nearly 6 mil in total assets. Flaret has been doing a ton for this roster, but frankly, DE was just doing a crazy amount on the map. WLG get the win, though. You can see them there at the bottom of our completed group stages games. We move to match 9 tomorrow as we wrap up week 3 of 4 of our group stages, and we'll be moving into what would be week 5 for the top 10 teams that make it there. We got our survivor stages and then into the finals. What a fun schedule ahead of us. We're not nearly done yet, but well past now the halfway point. It's time for some of the teams near the bottom of the leaderboard to start making their way up in. And I'm excited to take a look at that group stage leaderboard because this is where the rubber meets the road. But before we get there, talk me through these player rankings. Nox maintains the top position as a top slayer with his teammate right behind him, Maxa.
Yeah, Nox does, although I think started today on 32, so by his own very high standards, not as many kills he's had in previous weeks, but still holds the top spot. Maxa from Gotaga in second, and SkyT, who we saw getting a whole bunch of kills yesterday, sitting in that third slot. Here's our top damages. There's going to be no surprises that Uzbishka is still holding that nearly over the 10,000 damage mark as well. Maxa in second. Stickinson from LFS, we saw some good kills from Stickinson today, sitting in third place just behind those two. And then you can see on the other side of the page, we've got a whole bunch of players dealing good damage from Gotaga, FLC, LFS. There's Nox, Siloa, Even, and a bunch of those players. And here is the assets. Max is sitting at the top, although again, very close, not such a gulf. In this one, we can see it. Generally, those teams who are getting the most kills and winning the most tend to be up there. So Maxa, Kilo, SkyT from NBA, Gen, and Gotaga dominating the top part of that leaderboard.
Yeah, great job from Maxa. Team Gotaga, again, they've been topping a lot of the leaderboards, except for today's. Team Gotaga had a bit of a struggle today, and therefore will drop down to 5th overall. This is our group stage rankings, and Mandelbrick Addiction have held on to the top spot just barely, but Dark Entities right behind. They push up to 24 total points, just 1 point behind NBA, which pushes Genius out of the top 2 position into a tie in third with WLG. WLG jumping up from mid-pack into a top 4 position. I thought they'd go higher, but look how tight it is at the top. It's a 2-point spread between 4 teams that are leading this lobby pretty well across the course of the entire region.
And that is exactly what our players, our viewers, I should say, want to see, or unless you're a die-hard fan of one particular team, but a 2-point gap between top 4 teams. It's really nice for everyone to see not one team really running away with it here. So very much everything still to play for. I think we have, 4 days of group stages still left for these teams. Yeah. We have tomorrow. Myself and Goj are going to be right back here for another few games. And then next weekend, there's another 3 matches going on as well. Still very tight on that leaderboard, maybe down the other end. LFS, FPOV, MBO, Fnatic, they're starting to drop away a little bit. But as we saw, you get 10 points for a double Mandelbrick win, right? So those teams, they just need to get a win. And we saw, like with Alliance, right? Alliance today, so close to getting 2 bricks, ended up getting none. They could have come out today and bid on so many more points than that, but tiny margins, tiny bits of luck sometimes, maybe tiny mistakes. These things happen, and it can just go any direction. Just, so hard to tell.
Yeah, 100%. I'll call out FLC as well. They had a pretty good day today, and I think it's worth mentioning that they've started to pull away from what would be the bottom half of the teams. Technically, they're on that second page, but at 17 points, they're only 2 points behind 5th. And getting that extra Mandelbrick, getting that 1 extra point could be the difference in you being not anywhere near the bottom 2 slots that don't even make it to week 5, and potentially still being able to play for the top 2 spots that get to skip the first 2 days of week 5 and go straight to the finals. So still a lot to play for regardless of where you're at on the leaderboard, but the extremities is where you see the most value or the most despair, of course, if you don't make it into the next round. But like Ben said, plenty of time still in our group stages. We still got 4 more match days as we see B and D back at the table again tomorrow, same place, same time. And then next week will be our final week of group stages to figure out who our top 2 teams are that will go straight to August 9th and who our bottom 2 teams are that won't even make week 5 at all. Can't believe it feels like we're nearing the end of the Delta Force Rise Series Season 1. I guess we're not there yet, but it feels that way when you only see 4 matches left in group stages. I'm loving it, though, Ben. We've been having a ton of fun. I do want to remind people at home to drop a follow on all major socials here with Delta Force to stay up to date on all things, yes, Delta Force mainstream, but also the Delta Force Rise Series. Head down to those Twitch panels. You can click that America's or the EMEA panel to get some more info on Delta Force Rise Series, see schedule, see players, see meta loadouts, all types of stuff on there. Very cool website. But Beard guys, Ben, my friend, it's your time for some final words. Yet again, a great cast from you. I love casting in the booth with you. You're so knowledgeable. It was a blast today. And of course, we were treated to a fantastic day of Delta Force.
Oh, stop it. I mean, always a pleasure, dude. Love being here with you. Such a pro, such a well-respected guy in the Delta Force comp scene. So, you know, great to be here. Really enjoy these competitions. It's really nice to do them. Got 1 more day tomorrow. We're going to see groups B and D coming in. So expect to see Fnatic, Alliance, FLC, FLOORPOV, some of your favorite teams coming in tomorrow. I think that's going to be another fun one for you and I to do, Coach.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun and a big moment for some of these teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. Some of those teams you mentioned desperately need some points. You're not going to miss it tomorrow, folks. It's going to be a ton of fun. Same time, same place tomorrow. Delta Force Rise Series has been a banger thus far, and we got plenty more to go. But as a reminder, we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. So thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow. Same place, same time. And tune in for America's here in a couple hours.